Eu não vou.
And to later through Taiwan National Cooperating Program. It also gives you an opportunity to learn from Uganda counterparts with regard to how to implement the Taiwan bilateral cooperation. This is cooperation a wonderful experience that really was able to bring the three parties concerned, not only in China, but also the government of Uganda, with the support of FAO to deliver on what it was agreed.
For us in Uganda here, the social cooperation program is one of our flagship programs in this country, as far as FAO is concerned, because of the results that it has achieved. Our part is overall coordination, administrative issues. When the finance container is put in place, it comes to Uganda's group out. As you also know, FAO has been facilitating South-South cooperation for the last 20 years. And one aspect that FAO engage in is how do we support government when it comes to implementing South-South cooperation program. On the side of the host country in Uganda, we make sure that we accommodate this project and we give it land. What has become quite clear is the importance of the commitment to the program. And here, for the case of Uganda, I must say that the government of Uganda has shown the high level of commitment, right from the project coordinator and the officers who are working in the conference, up to very high level, up to the president's level, which the government has put in place a structure that allows
I give several
in the world by contributing resources to the program. This particular initiative is to let our West African counterpart understand what the Ugandans are doing with regards to and coordination within the Chinese team. We believe that this partnership is a strong one because it involves a strong involvement not only from the perspective of the country itself, that show a strong leadership, a strong ownership of the process, also for the commitment from the Chinese government that they ensure that the project is implemented had an impact. We get substantial funding for the Bank of China. We also get experts and technicians in selected areas in agriculture, the livestock, the fish, crop production, and then we also carry out capacity development where our people go to China. And all that is mostly the China government through power. I very very much let's talk about experience to South Africa. I would have seen that
la coopération comme la Côte d'Ivoire et la Chine.
La FAO nous a invité à Ouganda pour nous inspirer sur l'exemple en Ouganda. Et à partir des visites que nous avons réalisées, on a appris beaucoup de choses. Nous avons demandé à nos gouvernements de suivre cet exemple. Nous allons demander à nos gouvernements d'accompagner cette coopération qui est vraiment un modèle pour la réussite de nos pays. Est-ce que nous avons visité des choses concrètes? Il nous a permis de comprendre comment est-ce que la Chine fait, quelle approche de la Chine dans le cadre de la coopération future, avec tout ce qui est transfert de technologie, tout ce qui est renforcement des capacités, mais aussi un peu de partage entre les différentes parties. Mais aussi, cette mission nous a permis de comprendre le rôle de la FAO dans ce processus, puisqu'on comprend parfaitement que la FAO joue un rôle extrêmement important, qui est un peu la gestion de tout ce qui est budget de fonds, mais aussi l'appui un peu en matière d'équipement aux partenaires sur le terrain.
Aussi, au travers de ce voyage d'études, nous avons vu notamment la magie qui est des différentes technologies. En effet, au niveau de la production, nous avons constaté sur nos ondas une augmentation des différentes productions et cela a un impact très positif sur la population, sur l'économie, sur tout le développement du pays. Donc, c'est un projet vraiment qui nous tient à cœur et nous espérons tout à fait pour se passe dans les meilleures conditions.
The results are positive, but also within the Chinese cooperation, they have seen the implementation of the project as a model, and the perspective is for this to continue.
This introduction of technology does benefit.
Well, with this activity or with this digital, I'm hoping that once we start establishing a project for organizing, which is being funded under the ECO China program, the foreigners could make their respective focus on the ECO countries performance and West Africa will understand how to go about the resident. So that once we start the project, you know that there is that responsibility for the good project that we have to do, that the national coordinators of this project will understand that there is a need for logistics to be put in place for cooperation. So at the end of the day, we are hoping that national coordinators will have a grasp of how such a cooperation between China and when the rules are stated, how it works.
Once everything is perfectly organized, I'll start working on my thesis.
Writing will ensure you feel confident nailing your final thesis by supporting the writing journey from start to finish. Welcome to Ideation Station.
How do I write the perfect intro paragraph?
You start with understanding what makes a perfect intro. Where we can highlight precisely.
People are separated from insufficient availability of water for their daily consumption. Food production and agriculture still use of traditional irrigation system. APU has rehabilitated 2,550 meters of canal here in Austin-Odia village to provide sufficient water for 20 people for their agriculture and benefits.
Hello. Good morning. I want to believe we've all had a restful night after a long deliberations yesterday. So I want to welcome you all for day 2 to proceed with the workshop. If we can share who can give us of the previous day. Who would want to volunteer? You want to volunteer? Should I bring the mic to you? Who would volunteer? Or should I just put someone on the spotlight? We have a rapporteur. So in the absence of volunteer, that's why we'll invite the rapporteur. Yeah. A volunteer, please. Okay. That's what we want.
Good morning. Yesterday, activity started with opening prayers, which was done individually. Thereafter, we have come to the workshop by the Assistant FAO Representative Program in person of Abubakar Suleiman. After that, there was self-individual introduction. Thereafter, we receive a goodwill message from Dr. Ignatius Angarawis. It was well workshop on lack of publicity and campaign and awareness in terms of invasion of pests and diseases in the country compared to other campaigns we usually witness in the country, most especially if it is in terms of maybe woman disease outbreak. Thereafter, we listened to keynote address by the Permanent Secretary, who observed that crop production is low in the country and there is need for us to have food security in the nation. And thus, this workshop is timely for us to have early warning system to curtail the menace that are usually associated with pests and diseases. That about 12 states receive support from FAO in terms of extension training. And thereafter we move to the technical section proper, which involved presentation of papers. The first paper was titled Identification of the existing gap in Nigeria between current capabilities on crop early warning system and a well-functioning early warning system in other countries like China. The presenter introduced the paper by giving a preamble of the hectareage available for production, for agricultural production in the country. He also quote values due to damage of pests and diseases. And thereafter, he moves on to talk about recent invasive pests in Nigeria, which include white lice and fall armyworm. He also talk about integrated pest management, which involve use of more than one strategy or method in combating a particular pest organisms. We also talk about area-wide pest management, which involve managing a pest, not an individual farmer's field, but in large area. Thereafter, he also talked on monitoring and forecasting of pests and diseases. And finally, he talked about way forward. And the key, something in way forward is to have a legislative law in place that will support implementation of such form of systems in the country. We also talk about reviewing of pests to align with the current situations in the country. The second paper was titled Strategies for Managing Fall Armyworm Attack on Priority Crops in Nigeria. And the presenter emphasized about the economic impact of fall armyworm. That is, the quantity of damage usually experienced due to this particular pest organism, which runs into millions of US dollars. You also talk about knowing the enemy, being able the fall armyworm, not only for. He emphasized on always knowing the pest organism so that the actual control method that will be effective. Thereafter, he emphasized on early detection and monitoring as symptoms of fall armyworm. And finally, he comes up with numerous control measures which involve cultural, biological, and integrated way of managing pest organisms. The third paper was presentation on Chinese early warning system for fall armyworm, and the paper was segmented into 3 parts. The first part is biological identification and damage. The second part is monitoring, and the last part is control. The presenter actually talk about the life cycle, how to identify fall armyworm. Thereafter, I now move on to how to monitor using radar, using light system, and other techniques to identify the presence of the fall armyworm within an area. And he moved on to the control measures, where they classify their according to the level of the pest status of the organism. They have first class, second class, and third class, which has to do with the national level, the province level, and the county level. The fourth paper was titled Strategies for the Establishment of Sustainable Integrated Early Warning System on Major Crops Pests in Nigeria. And the presenter actually look at several strategies, but in summary, he talks about capacity building, that without capacity building, some form of strategies cannot be able to be built. You also talk about research and innovation, identification of pest identification and guides, and involvement of community in designing any program. He actually seriously emphasized on this point, involving the community in designing whatsoever system we want to design, so that it will be our project, not their project. Then the last paper was presented on tutor absolutes, where the presenter talked more about the use of tray traps, the lethal products, and use of parasitoid, that is attacking tutor from all faces. Tray trap actually attract the adult stage, which get sunk into the water, where the lethal product attack the larval stage, and the parasitoid actually attack the eggs and larval stages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a wonderful summary of all the presentations and activities that happened yesterday. So I want to call upon the first presentation for today by Dr. Abdullah Yusuf.
Okay. Okay, this is front. Okay. It's all right.
The organizers of this program, the representative of FAO and the representative from Federal Ministry of Agriculture, the resource person, other participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly and respectfully observed. Good morning. I'm here to talk about the gains and challenges of armyworms, fall armyworms, Spodoptera perugifada. Yesterday, a lot of things have been said about this pest, which constitute a greater menace to farmers, constitute a greater loss, especially in the staple food in Nigerian context. So by way of introduction, when it is about the anatomy, physiology, or morphology of the armyworm has been said yesterday, which is quite graphic and quite elaborate. But I want to give an overview about the introduction. Armyworms are the natives who originated from the Americas, that is not South America. And it's a first, there is a severe infestation to farmers. It affects or destroys, for at least the major crop is maize, but it affects about 80 different kind of species of crops. But the preferable crop is maize. Apart from the corn, the sorghum, millet, and legumes, including cotton, is always affected by armyworms in the absence of maize. So these are the major crops that we produce in Nigeria. So you can see affecting these crops is a serious issue to farmers. And by way of interpretation, we say pest is the only organism that is capable of causing economic damage. There are parameters and indices we evaluate the severity of the infestation. It's on the basis of economic level and economic threshold level. So it constitutes about over 100 loads of metric tons of cereal crops, which translate into over 10 to 15 billion US dollars, which will fill about 200 million nation population size. So this pest, as I said earlier, originated from Central America, but in 2016, it had its way to Africa, maybe as a result of improper plant quarantine services. It has some kind of peculiarities and similarity with our indigenous armyworms, that is Spodoptera exempta. But the only difference is Spodoptera exempta, they are marching towards agricultural fields. They are gregarious, they are polyphagous like this one, but they are marching in destroying within the short possible time. It will destroy a large number of hectares. But this one is started from the leaves to the ear to the cobs, affect almost any kind of crops. So what are the impacts of fall armyworms? I said it's very damaging. It constitutes a greater loss to farmers. Farmers are placed in a precarious position. They can exasperate when they are doing with this kind of worm. The loss is about to kind of basically borderline case. Animal loss affects the livelihood, the economy of the rural populace. Crop devastation, you can see, is started from the leaves, the cobs. So that's the area that is vulnerable and susceptible to the infestation of this worm. It's not like the other worm we have in the indigenous one that march on the ground. This one affects from the leaves, started from the leaves. So it's a very serious issue. So after the leaves, it goes into the stem stage, the cobs, and many parts of the crops. And I told you earlier, it's not only maize, almost different cereals are vulnerable to the infestation of the armyworms. So what is the structure? I will talk a little bit about the biodynamics and seasonal abundance of this pest. It is cylindrical in shape, just like a caterpillar. It has true legs, about 6 legs, but it has prolegs, several prolegs. So it is crawling on top of the leaves. When you look at critically, you can be able to identify it by, it has a kind of an inverted shape at the last digital end in the head, and then there is kind of spot at the 2 last segment. That's how it looks like. That's the larval stage. So the most infective stage of this worm is the larva. It undergoes different kind of stages of development, from the egg to larva to pupa and then to the adults. So this is the structure of the worm. So the life cycle is started from the eggs, then larval stage, then pupal stage, then adult stage. The adult molts okay, because you are not seeing. Okay, the adult mold lays eggs. That is the habit. After mating, it lays eggs ranging from 200 and above. It can lay up to 1,000 to 1,500, depending on the favorable condition and environment. After laying the eggs hatch into larval stage, which is the most restricted stage. The eggs hatches normally from 2 to 3 days. Within just 2 days, the egg will be hatched and then emerge into larva. So the larva is polyphagous, is gregarious, and it is brownish in color, brown to grayish brown in color, and is the most infective stage of the armyworm. So from the larva, it pupate. It has 5 to 6 instances, of metamorphosis before into metamorphosis into pupal stage. So the pupal stage is not destructive. It consists about maybe 8 to 30 days from pupa to metamorphosis into adult stage, which is the most stage, and the life cycle continues. So, and preparedness, innovation and technological advancement, strengthen collaboration. So, apart from this pest, these armyworms, we are able to establish some kind of game in the process. It covers larger area in Africa, both Central Africa, East Africa, and North Africa, and then it affects even some eastern parts of and Asian countries. So the gains we have is increased awareness and preparedness. Because of the destruction caused by this pest of this menace, agencies, research outlets, governments, researchers come together and collaborate in order to tackle this existing issue with a view to find an lasting solution and proper solution to the farmers. Like this kind of technology congregation is a kind of veritable avenue to articulate research findings and validity of tested research with a view to proper solution to farmers in the field as far as this pest is concerned. So that's creating awareness. Then innovation and technology advancement. Yesterday we had the issue of the use of remote sensing, the use of advanced pheromones technology as an inbred of scientific skepticism in addressing the issue of these farms. It's an advanced technique detecting by radars of the presence and their population density, population velocity, population explosion of this phase are determined by modern techniques. So the infestation of this worm in Nigeria and diaspora constitute a chance and outlet to get this innovation and technological advancement. Then strengthening collaboration. Research centers, and then government, like FAO come in, they collaborate with experts, and people that have skill and techniques in addressing, identifying, and tackling this issue. They come and sit together in a table with a view of finding a proper solution to address this existing problem. So what are the challenges? Economic losses, more than 158 tons of maize and other cereals that are vulnerable to the inflation of have been lost for the past couple of years that come into existence in this block. So which translate into about 10 to 15 billion US dollars. And then expert has estimated and calculated and evaluated that this amount of money will be able to feed about 250 population size of the nation. So if you take Nigeria as a case study, we have a population more than 200 million. So the loss that has been registered in question in the devastation and destruction of these menace of this armyworm will be enough to feed this country of about 200 million population size. So you can see the quantum of the economic loss. Environmental concern. There are so many approaches and techniques, procedures and methodology adopted and in trying to, and an interface in trying to control this menace of this pest. So in the process, there is issue of environment, the application of pesticide, the application of, especially farmers misuse pesticide. We have classification of soil, we have organochlorines like HCH, hexachloride, benzene hexachloride. So farmers mistakenly use the classes of cyclodines family, that is like endosol. And this endosol is a serious issue in the environment. It has a problem of cumulative toxicity. It has a problem of bioaccumulation in soils, and it even affects the fertility of cell. And when you mistakenly apply organochlorines in trying to control the menace of this phase, it will stay in the soil for more than 10 years. So awareness how to be sought out in trying to highlight to enlighten farmers and other stakeholders what are the exact chemical strategy to control this issue. Apart from the organochlorine, we have organophosphorus, we have synthetic pyrethroid, we have natural pyrethroid, and we have carbamates. So there was a chemical strategy in trying to control without affecting the environment. The issue of insecticide toxicology is the use of synthetic pyrethroid or natural pyrethroid. Of course, you can combine organophosphorus like dichlorobos. Dichlorobos is an active ingredient present in the trainer of maybe DD4 sniper. You can combine them together during spray regimes, mixing them with synthetic methylene, halotrin, for example. And then you can apply. These products are prone to microbial degradation. You will stay in the environment more than 3 weeks. So you can see it didn't constitute a danger in the environment. And then the issue of non-target organism. Whereby when you apply pesticide, the target organism, the issue of air drift by air velocities, it will be deposited on perennial water bodies like pond, like river, like lake, which is very dangerous to amphibians, fishes, And then again, the application of pesticide, we have to look at the lethal dose. Lethal dose, lethal concentration, and lethal mean time. All this, if it has been misused and is handled, overdose or underdose, or the use of inappropriate sprayer nozzle. We have different kinds of sprayer nozzle, the corn nozzle, the solid corn nozzle, the hollow corn nozzle, that is appropriate for applying insecticide in controlling the armyworms. So if you misuse this, there is the issue of drift, there is the issue of cumulative toxicity. So that is why the issue of environmental concerns come in. Climate change. The issue of environmental affluence, you know, and other exhausts that constitute the issue of greenhouse, bring about the issue of, climate change. You know, this also change the pattern and makes initiate the pathogen to constitute into another thing again. So also the issue of climate change is a challenge in the trying to control this armyworm. Okay. Well, this one. I skip the areas of question and answer. So we'll take this one by one. One of the conditions in controlling the menace of this world is crop rotation. What is there in crop rotation is you avoid soil cropping as a desired tradition of agricultural system or agricultural rural farmers. In crop rotation, you select a particular variety that is not vulnerable and susceptible to the infestation of armyworm. If you plant maize, you can combine it with like potato, you know, Irish potato, cassava, you know, this kind of we have some kind of plants that exhibit repellent properties as insecticidal or herbicidal against armyworms. So in trying to rotate the crops, season in, season out, you alter the natural equilibrium. It's a question of altering the natural equilibrium of a particular soil environment, whereby the armyworms will not have a preferred kind of crop under crop rotation. So it's always good to intercrop your crops from every season in, season out, from one crop to the other. If you introduce maize this year, and then intercrop the maize with legumes, and then next year you intercrop with like potato, etc. They will have a crop rotation. Then tillage practice. Tillage practice is the preparing of the soil and after land clearing for production of agricultural crops. So also this technique also helps in under cultural practices in reducing the population density, especially the eggs and larvae, if you have done a very proper agronomic practice by tillage practice. The issue of zero tillage comes in here under tillage practice. The issue of minimum tillage here, whereby you have a minimum design of soil. You turn the soil inside out and expose to solar radiation. So this solar radiation will be able to have control, eliminates some kind of effect of larva of this armyworms. Also under tillage practice, when you consume zero tillage, the application of herbicides. And our farmers also misuse application of herbicide. We have classes of herbicide like substituted areas. Substituted areas like lineron, duron, metobromron are very effective herbicide that are used at pre-plant incorporated. They come in granules. The way you apply your fertilizer NPK during soil, it's recommended when you apply fertilizer, you then do the land preparation. That is plowing, harrowing, and deraging. It will incorporate the granules in the soil. So if you use the classes of substituted ureas, it will help greatly in eliminating the larval stage of armyworms because they come in granules like lineron, duron, the trade name is arrow, metobromon, etc. And then zero tillage, you apply classes like glyphosate, trimecium, glyphosate isopropyl salt, glyphosate amine salt. These are the kind of product that you apply in weeds. It will be very effective against both annual and biennial weeds. So we harbor eggs of armyworms. After the moths, female moths, after mating, they deposited about 100, about 200, up to 1,000, 1,500, depending on favorable condition, and the side of leaves, weeds. So annual leaves like Tectile Egypton, or Comelina vengalensis, or Cedar batisalatum, the ideal environment that armyworms lay their eggs under. So when you apply herbicide during zero tillage, like glyphosate, the first category of herbicide that is applied before you plant your crops. Then maybe 10 days after, you apply the classes of Faracot dichloride, like Gramazone, like Gramazone, Faramash, Faresha, etc., etc. So when you do deep application at the intervals, distinctive interval, maybe after 10 days, it will help in eliminating the larvae, the eggs, as they serve an herbicide. So about 50% of, if there's potential or possibility of eruption or either, the application during tillage practice, it will eliminate the eggs of larva worm. That is practice. Then apart from the contact herbicide, this glyphosate and Faracot dichloride, the active ingredient which they come in either glycel, Roundup, Delmin, glyphosate, Vinash, they are all glyphosate source. And then Gramazone, the source of Faramash, the source of what? The source of Faracot dichloride. Then the actual pre-emergent herbicide, also the health, like the use of butaculo under amide groups, butaculo, pretelaculo, metaloculo, etc. They are very good products that when you apply appropriately using the nozzle, like plug nozzle, it will help in controlling weeds that harbors the eggs of armyworms, which translate into removing about 50% of these menace, even agricultural practice. Then after using the selective, pre-emergent herbicide, we have post-emergent herbicide like selective herbicides. Also, armyworms that are affecting rice. Because apart from sorghum, apart from maize and other cereal crops, it affects rice. And we have a lot of rice farmers in Nigerian context. So the larval stage, if you apply post-emergent herbicide, also called selective herbicide, like Orizo Plus or Orizo Extra, which contains propanil and 2,4-D in the same combination. They are compatible pesticide. It will also help in reducing the larva of armyworms. That's under today's project. And early planting is very good. After the phase establishment or first and second establishment of rainfall, farmers are advised always to apply, plant their crops. Even though this kind of information is always provided by the meteorological stations. So when you apply the issue of if the environment is under orographic rainfall or cyclonic rainfall, this high downfall torrential will be able to, maybe at the 3 weeks vegetative stage where it's vulnerable to the infestation of armyworms, the rain will be able to control maybe about 10 to 15% of the armyworms. So early planting is very good. Also under early planting, you can use a very good seed variety. But before we go away, we can talk about in the mountain and early. Then sanitation. Sanitation also is always advisable in farms. It will help greatly or remarkably in reducing the population density of armyworms. After harvesting operation, residues serve as the primary source of inoculum, like the issue of we have in rice, like the issue of rice blast. So sometimes when all the times, whenever you harvest your farm, you try as much as possible to sanitize the farm. Because even apart from the army ones, there's also many pathogens that is harbors in the residues of the harvested crop. Then the following season, when you plant, you already created a favorable condition for multiplication and proliferation of many pests and diseases. That is under sanitation. Then monitoring and forecasting. There's what is known as the principles of plant pest and disease control. And monitoring and forecasting is one of them. Yesterday we talked greatly about the issue of plant quarantine services, how to these armyworms as a native of Americas, South America come into Nigeria. Maybe our border is porous, the issue of custom, but the fundamental thing, or the rudimentary, is not the issue of custom and things like that. It's the issue of lack of proper plant quarantine services. Because anything that is going to be imported into Nigeria, it has to undergo proper plant quarantine with the issue of phytosanitary condition. Like that is how Norwegian species of rats from Cotonou come into Nigeria. That is why the issue of Picularia oryzae come into Nigeria. That is rice blast, a fungus that causes problem of rice, which constitute about almost 90% loss in farmers. Then apart from these armyworms, the next issue that we are going to face as a major face is the issue of rice blast. The issue of rice blast, the issue of Fusarium wilt caused by Fusarium oxysporium, which all these pathogens are not alien to this environment. They come from other places through lack of proper plant quarantine services. That is under monitoring and forecasting. So if we monitor under the principle of pest and disease control, monitoring and forecasting, the use of resistant variety, like if you use DMR, downy mildew resistant variety, or streak variety in maize, or EVDTA. These are the varieties that has a greater resistance to animals infestation. The larva becomes kind of selective. It doesn't affect much downy mildew resistance, even though it's against downy mildew. So it's very important also to use resistant variety. And then the issue of cultural practices under the principle of plant disease control, use of traditional method, unorthodox methods. But this kind of techniques that has been done by farmers is on a small scale. Small scale. The use of cultural practices alien, bizarre to tradition or environment is also help in reducing the population or the emergence of animals. And then the chemical methods in monitoring and detection. Use of chemical methods or chemical approach. Like I mentioned earlier, the most effective pesticide or insecticide to control armyworms, if you add a chemical, is the use of synthetic paratoids. Yesterday, I think culturists have mentioned of Larafos. Larafos is a clear example of synthetic paratoids. Larafos is a trade name that has been manufactured by Juvedi, but the active ingredient is lambda-cyhalothrin. We have cypermethrin like BEST, we have deltamethrin like this, we have other synthetic paratoids that are very, very good in controlling the larval stage of armyworms without necessarily destroying or making cumulative effect or contaminating the environment. Then the combination of in a spray tank, they are compatible, you can mix them together. The combination of dichloros like sniffer and then Larafos in the same time at the ratio of maybe 250 minutes to 180 minutes, it will immediately control armyworms, and then it will not constitute danger to the environment. Then the monitoring, forecasting, the previous season we are able to establish the reasonable law that infestation of armyworms in a particular area, these poor armyworms, Under monitoring, we can control the moth, both the male and female moth, by introducing neon lights. Neon light will be able, this is a simple technology that will be developed in with our engineers. Just a small arm, this light, you put them at distant interval, maybe about 50 kilometers radius, with the area you feel that there's infestation of armyworms. They are chemotherapeutic substances. It will be attracted by this moth, so that if today you catch about, it has a kind of special character. If today you catch about 5 armyworms, maybe after a week, they increase to 15, then you know there is a problem of armyworms that is coming toward that environment, or toward that village, or toward that farmlands. So it's another way of monitoring then insecticide selection is also very good. It's not any kind of we have classes of insecticide. Farmers normally apply habits, insecticide haphazard approach. Any classes, and then it has been classified based on what is this? Timing. Application techniques. So application techniques, there are many methods. There's what is known as ground support team. The most effective way of controlling armyworm, we have aerial spray, we have ground support team spray, but the most effective one is ground spray, whereby you constitute a number of contract sprayers that are well experienced and skilled. Because the nozzle of sprayer covers about 1 to 2 meters. So you can put them 2 meters up. Then using the insecticide, they can approach the farmlands, maybe about 30 to 50 of them. Within the shortest possible time, they will be able to spray. So another technique for controlling hours using ground support team. And then ULB formulations, ultra low volume formulations. We have ultra low volume ULBA that you need to use ULBA sprayers. But ULB, the cause is thermophilic. Is lipophilic. It has lipophilic properties, whereby you can apply them directly in sprayer. They are not easy. We have different kind of formulation in insecticide. We have solid formulation like granules, like encapsulated materials. We have wettable powders, but the easy emulsion concentrate, whereby when you put them in water, they become emulsion, then you apply. But among this kind of technique, the most appropriate and effective the use of ULB, ultra low volume formulation, whereby it's thermophilic in a kind of oil. So you apply it directly in your conventional sprays, apply depending on the size of the farm, depending on the population density of the pest. It will greatly in eliminating armyworms. Then integrated pest management is a combination of orthodox and orthodox approach in controlling armyworms. That is cultural, which consists of our physical, mechanical, and then biological by the use of entomopathogens, parasitoids, ladybugs, the use of Bacillus thuringiensis, spores of bacteria that is used for machine to apply them. They can immediately eliminate armyworms. Using biological approach. Also, there's what is known as inundation, the introduction of natural enemy to attain professional kill. Some farmers, they release dogs into their area wherever it's in, but this one is a very, very small scale. But the issue are when you introduce dogs, they will eat off the larva cell, but at the same time they would eat worms. But it's another technique under biological approach, inundation. But the most appropriate is the use of Bacillus thuringiensis and other like parasite and parasitoid in controlling armyworms. Under IPM, many farmers have their desired tradition of controlling armyworms through different methodology of tradition, which is differential. This one, after the presentation, I will finish. Then summary, as I mentioned, they are polyfocus, they are gregarious, and then they constitute a greater loss and damage to farmers. It's the menacing experience. Farmers have become placed in a precarious position and trying to, what are they going to do with the pest? So these are the summary, and it affects now many countries in Africa, Nigeria, Central Africa, East Africa, and now close to borderline to Asian countries, apart from where it's originated from. And then it's even started to have the cases of this even in Europe. So it's a global issue that is a global challenge that needs experts to sit down and work out modalities in trying to eliminate this menace. Because if you look at primordial history, about 30 years ago, there is no case of these armyworms. So, any other pest started the way and manner these armyworms came in. Now we have the issue of another pest, apart from the armyworm in affecting devastating farmers, crops in farms, like rice blast, like the issue of Fusarium wilt, Fusarium oxyphora affected tomatoes. Yesterday, a lot of things have been talked about tuta absoluta. So, tuta absoluta, one of the major causes in Nigeria is we have armyworms, Spodactera exempta, we have grasshopper, species. So the approach that has been taken, we are able to emulate large number of these pests. We have the approach of using aerial spray, using penetration under organophosphorus classes to control armyworms during aerial species. So at that time, there is no, the issue of armyworms is not prevalent. It's not prevalent. But now it started from occasional pests to regular pests and then to potential pests. So now apart from what we are now have in the field in question, we have the issue of rice blast, we have the issue of white flies affecting vegetable crops. Bemisia tabaci is here. So if you neglect it, in the next 5-10 years, it will also metamorphose into large scale and translate into pandemic stage, like the one we are having now. So we have this kind of care. Yesterday somebody talked about this Sesamia calamistis, Bushellea posca. like Nezara is another issue now that farmers are facing. The issue of this anoplomonavis coffees, current bugs affecting coffee, and the issue of this Callosobrochus maculatus is how you can buy a beans in the market without seeing the symptoms or infestation of Callosobrochus maculatus. So as time goes on, if care is not being taken, it will also translate into a major phase like the armyworms now we're having. So it's a serious issue. Scientists and experts to sit down together and design the existing problem with different approaches. So in conclusion, the devastation of armyworms in Nigerian country cannot be emphasized. It's a serious issue, season in, season out. About 5 years ago, we were involved in controlling these small armyworms in Bauchi State. And what happens, farmers find themselves in a serious situation of the yield is affected, it affects them psychologically, they have become exasperated. So after this control strategy, it takes about maybe 2 years. Now it's resurging. So it's almost everywhere. So we have to look for a strategy to address not armyworms. The armyworms now is prevalent, the other pests affecting both legumes, crops, cereal crops, pulses, and other crops in Nigeria. They are coming season in, season out. So I think thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So we can take this time to take questions, please, or comments.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I want to appreciate Doc for his presentation. And it is very imperative that we also get smart with the incursion of pests generally. Because when we have the climate change, definitely it's going to lead to the advent of new pests, whether we like it or not. The known ones may become more virulent, and that is why we are talking about climate smart agriculture in so many ways, which I think this meeting is also here to address. But while we are doing that, we know that for studying outbreaks, the use of pesticides may be handy, because so that you can save the day and the farmer can also get something out of their investment on the farm. But it must be done with caution. A lot of herbicides or pesticides we are using, some of them are banned already. Because unfortunately, those are the ones we have in the market most. And also the common ones like atrazine. In other parts of the world, they are not using them again. But when you want to plant rice, you want to plant maize and some other crops there, we look at atrazine as about the cheapest and what the farmer can apply. But in other claims, other countries, they are not using it again. And when we got to know that NAFDAC actually placed a ban on about 30 pesticides, we went on the air in September. I anchored the program, and we had to warn the farmers in the Southwest that some of these herbicide or pesticide are banned. So when we are proposing solutions to pest incursions, we should look at this area so that we will not solve a problem and create another one by impacting negatively on the environment and even our health as individuals. I want us to to observe that. And that's and I have a list here. If you also desire to have it, we can take it and use it to address our farmers. We have a list of them, some of that 30 of them that has banned, and which I think this meeting and every other places should also key into. So when we are providing solutions to problem of pests or weed management as well, in general pests, we should use it with caution. We should use pesticides with caution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aluko. I would rather take the comment, a very good one, and I think it will be very important if we could share the list with everyone here so that everyone should have it. So do we have any other question to take place? Any question of? In the absence of any question, we can proceed to have the breakfast, then we reconvene after the breakfast. Thank you very much.
People didn't tell them that this people and anything less than that, the system.
I know it's supply. Ama main quality na grading kagani. Okay. Okay. Habis kenapa ni kona nanti? Okay. Asmata ini ni grade. Yanzu a kusa da kai ne industry da storage. Okay. Zai musu magana ce da farashin ground da sartuka da sai ma kafin masu kawo masu yarda da zai ma tura maka wani so yanzu ma zan kira ka ne zan kira da ce to ga wata da ground nawa ne take so a ciki kuma sai mu kara namu kada amma ɗaya suna kafin kuma da jin da ya za ka samu shi da farin da sa sai mu je mu gani wurin sai a shirya payment yawwa ne yanzu sai
Hello. Please, we'll commence in 5 minutes.
Yes. Okay. Once we quality, once ba yashi ka san yawanci a industry yashi ne damuwa. Okay. So, like our switch okay. Why is it to quality? Photo. So, what's switch it? That's it. So 190, so the final. Only have memory. So we have
So welcome back everyone. I believe all that have breakfast and we are back with new energy and strength. So I want to invite Professor Johnson for the next session.
Every time you want to do, they give you so that you will not catch up. I imitate them. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You can see that sometimes when we have only one meeting, we add S to console ourselves. So your own is a special one because I can imagine if all of us were to struggle for this one lady, what we are going to do.
Some might decide to do like a stem borer. Some will do like a Ross. And then maybe some will do like follow me one. I'll do that. Okay, thank you. I'm Johnson Onyebe. I work for NERLS at Ahmadu Bello University. I was Director of Research and Planning for 8 years. Okay, I thought you were saying it's not correct. Okay, so incidentally, I was director when this Army One team became an issue. And before that, there have been other challenges that have occurred. The one that clearly entered my head was the bacterial blight I talked about yesterday, color cotton brought. And then at some point, those of us who worked on sorghum, millet, real wahala then was like Striga hemotica. I don't even know why Striga is not raining anymore. Something that was stronger. The other phenomena I would like to share with you was for agriculture, and my people in Kaduna State said there was quilla bed attack, epidemic. That was what they call it. And because the Ashidu finished from College of Agric, and don't even know it was personal, okay. He finished from College of Agric and was very conversant with Meghana. And so he said he wanted to see that Meghana. As a young staff of NERLS, all of us, including me, Daddy, who was then our director, followed in one different cars, and then we followed the minister. This is going to be serious news. And for me, I wanted to see the birds and see what, decide what to see, beyond what you read in the papers or maybe in the books or so. I wanted to see it too. And so we followed, and we got to Meghana, and the minister said, where are the farms? Initially, the impression I had, I made many people from NERLS was that the bed attack was in Meghana town or somewhere there. So, and they said, no, that we need to go first. It's still further down. We will need to drop the car here and trek. He said, the way they said it in the radio and television, it didn't look like something you need to go and look for. It's like you just get to that place and you see it. I think I was then the worst for the PM of the ADP as at that time, whose responsibility it was now to show us the fields. Hashidu pulled his Babadiga, and then he had a canvas inside the car. He wore it, I would say. I shake you. So we followed and we searched and we move, and we didn't see pillar bed. And it looks as if the further we go, the more is pillar bed and whatever the damage was going forward. So we had this that experience, and we came out not seeing any sign of damage or even pillar beds. And I'm sure some of you are aware, invested so much money on the pillar pots for the control of pillar pots. We even paid some, is it a private airline or so, who were there very close to operating. If you are just about to enter Kaduna, I've forgotten what they call them now. It wasn't Mando, if you are coming from Abuja. That was where they are office, where NYC is currently. Those people who used to be engaged to go and do area spray for the control of the quilla birds. Now, that is my formative years in the research system and the kind of experience. And so I came away from that it is very important to be sensitive to the facts and sensitive also to lies or the myths of whatever crises that confront us at any point in time. Today, I'm going to show capacity for pest prevention, control, and ability to respond to major outbreaks. I just give you different scenarios that I had experience, and there are a lot more that I will share with you as we make progress. Okay, the first, just to remind ourselves, and I just wanted to share this one. Hunger in Ginger and Kaduna State for 2023. This is like the latest one, where the newspaper has reported some 10 billion naira loss for 2023. So that announcement more or less like concluded the challenge of all army that continued to be with us. I talked about strike that was there many years ago. That means we now have, what I call it resistant materials, the strip, or also resistant materials, the mosaic diseases, and all those. If you come further down to where you have the weeds, you have the typhoid weed irrigation plant. I'm sure some of you have worked in Kadawa, right into Hadija, and Kasina. So you find this terrible weed, and then there was even a World Bank loan that we have collected, to remove the typhoid from the beaches. Irrigation channels. Then we have the range of acts, but the rest also very spread at the challenge to the research is new and very recent, and experience is being gained. Many scientists are learning the rope and require elaborate skill improvement. Now, in the area of identifying the pest itself, classifying whether there are different strains, what species or varieties they can parasitize on, and the monitoring system and tools to use. It is critical to motivate this category of scientists. Maybe we should actually add leaders yet to focus on the new pests, taxonomy, biology, genomics, and bush range as well as control options, and to coordinate with other stakeholders, the farmer or farmer association, extension workers, CSOs and NGOs, internet service providers, and media houses. All of these will form the bundle of anyone. Now, in terms of monitoring, you can see for anybody, monitoring is a very strong phrase, and it comes almost at every stage. Monitor what is coming to the country, what's going out of the country, what farmers are producing, how they are producing, what research is producing, and then put into the marketplace. If you develop a new material that is highly and strongly resistant to fall armyworm, will it taste good? If it is not tasteful to tasty to the will it be tasty to human being? That also is another layer of monitoring. There's so much monitoring. So determine fall armyworm presence at local, national, and regional level. Take immediate action. Monitor fall armyworm movement and spread. Identify gaps in monitoring. Identify potential threatening areas or areas at risk of anybody's skin. Now, from the very outset, we need to define the information that is going to be collected in terms of monitoring. Define it. When and how to collect, and collect how frequently. Available skills that are there. Collect data of incident severity and capital. We also need to know the availability, note the available recommended pesticide or solutions, adoption levels, and we just had additional release 2 months ago of material called IR&T. I don't know what the basis for the resistance or tolerance really is, but I do know that many in North America, South America, and even in East Africa and Southern Africa, we just went for the silver bullet, that is the transgenics. Our own capacity for transgenics, we need to build it. You know how I'm going to get about it because it looks like something that is close like this. They don't want other people to use it or to have it, and that's why Russia insists you cannot even bring it to feed animals in Russia because they don't have any idea about it. Monsanto and Bayer about it up. Then note the availability of recommended capacity. Okay, together. Okay, this is the side. I don't need to talk about that so much. This is what this lecture is not about. Now, capacity. Capacity, one, monitoring. Probably in the arrangement and so. In terms of monitoring the fall armyworm, we can say it is not common. Incident documentation. This is also weak. How many
maybe looking at just maize and potentially maybe rice or something like that. We can look at the development of resistance and tolerance. And we say this is limited to testing. The materials that we probably have, we did not generate them. We did that have research mandate, and the other agencies are certain, and the commitment of federal government is also very good. In terms of monitoring, maybe we might want to modify for the ministries of agriculture and including the federal government also that monitoring is not a weak commitment. But is it not weak commitment? Colleagues from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, is the commitment to monitoring of Polami worm, is it strong? It's weak. And then we come to education. Now this is where it looks as if we have made effort. Occasionally we do that. Occasionally we do that. It looks as if when we hear that a problem is coming, well, let's mount it, let's do it. And that's what is happening with respect to education. Now I would like to see us correct some of these we like call it assessments. Because we're going to share it and it's going to perhaps go beyond. If there is any that looks as if it does not clearly reflect the situation of ground, we can modify it before we start sharing it and using this elsewhere. Now, existing capacity, this is breeding, this is slide I wanted us to have. We have the good news is that the biosafety regulatory guideline is already instituted and is in place. This is one that is very strong for us if we want to use the transgenics. Then capacity to generate events, not yet appreciable. It's not yet appreciable because most of the events that we are having, we're not making the crossing, we're actually picking those events and then analyzing them and moving them forward until maybe they become material for trials and then get to releases. Then development of control screening site for events. This is partial because of these materials that we have tried to process through the table and the teller. And now what's the name of the ones in the IRT? Okay, don't worry, later let me have it. And congratulations. Then release of Polami worm. We have demonstrated the release with Sego and Teller, working with AATF, the William and Miguel Foundation, and Bayer. Bayer actually is the owner of the transgenics that is inside this material, including the account. Now, scorecard in terms of tools. The Polami worm app. Look at it. All the institutions, nobody has. If we do, please let me know so we can correct it there. Not commonly in use. Iron and tea, very weak and not commonly in use. We use it. You have what? We have it. You have GIS, but we are talking about using it for monitoring. We use it. Eh? Most of us use it. Okay, so we might. So we might just remove very and put weak. No. You want to say strong? then square, moderate. No, I don't want to listen to that or that. You know why I'm saying it? Because I currently am implementing one third Ford project in which I'm using satellite imagery, the neural the CNN model, convoluted neural network. Are you getting it? So I'm using that, and then I wanted quite a number of collaborators, who has an idea of how we could use that one to kind of track the productivity of crops and estimate the crop without having to go to the field. Now, I am working with somebody in not IRT, within the Faculty of Agriculture in UAE. Are you understanding it? Yeah. Victoria is my colleague. I worked with her many years in your EAT. So it's not that the conversation has not been had. So anyway, it is not zero. This is the point. The point is that there is some element of GIS that is being used. Here, we are using it. This is very, very big. Occasional use. We are using it for only that study. So because we use it for 1 or 2 or 3 studies or so, we cannot just say we are strong. But that everything that we are doing is defined by it and it's an element of the GIS inside it and for tracking. And beside that, you do have the softwares with which you can easily latch on the data that are coming from satellites. Those ones are like anyway, those ones do it. Then you have the Ministry of Agriculture, the faculties of agriculture. This is very cannot commonly used. Ministry is really in consideration. And then NIMED, this is above average use because this is what every day somebody is on generating what and what, how much water is falling, rain is falling somewhere. And then the other place is the National Hydrological Service Agency, where they're using it every day to check how much water is in the ground. That is hydrology. Now, satellite software. If you have anybody who is using, apart from NIMED, everybody who is using somewhere, they are using the one that somebody borrowed them. And they're like Planescope. Planescope is one of the most definitive, highest resolution of the software. But I don't think there's anybody that is using it. The mobile internet resources. You can see we just said average because of once in a while shut down or something like that, connectivity. See, now, the scorecard looking at feedback. When you actually get information on fall armyworm, how do you give it back? Because if you want to do the early warning system, collecting information and relaying and giving feedback is very critical. So with respect to this institution feedback speed, for IR, we can see slow. Maybe here we might say average. The reason being that you need the radio and television stations and so on, but if it were like satellite, that would have been completely out of it. You can do a radio program in the studio in any areas, and in the next, except you don't want to air it, and if they desire to air it. Faculties of agriculture, this is uncertain. It looks as if they are not even in that window. And then you have the ministries. It is very fast. If we commissioner of agri or the minister were to be here, I can tell you in 2 or 3 hours time what will happen. If he follows you to the field where there is armyworm, anything he says immediately go. You can see very fast. NIMED is also fast, and media housing is fast and coordinated. But they are actually working together. One person will share information with another. They say, hey, don't copy it, go back to you, just correct it again. All of them want to self-prepare so that they can do business. Then in terms of reach, IR regional, IRT regional, NCRI regional, and then you have NCRI, you can see it's not mostly regional, it's not as strong as the other one. NCRI, because some of the commodity of NCRI cut across central zones as well. So this is related to that. That's national. The faculty is uncertain. The Ministry of Agriculture is national. NIMED is national. Media House is national. Then look at the strength of farmers' linkage. You can see average, and the faculty is also uncertain, and the Ministry of Agriculture is above through their ADPs. And if they really want to do something, you can go very, very far, and I can actually appoint. Then you see again, NIMET is weak, media houses is weak, linking to farmers. Even though they are going to broadcast it, but nobody is actually checking whether the farmers are receiving them or not. Once in a while, you do feedback. The message content. Then you see average, and you look at, of course, any areas, because that is the area where they are quite correct. And then you have uncertainty in the faculties, and you have the ministries approved average. And then you have NIMET is uncertain, and you have media houses strong. Now, what does this figure tell us? You can see there's so much diversity in terms of capability between these figures and the scorecards. So that nobody knows it all. Nobody, where you are very, very strong, somebody else is weak, and somebody is strong where you are probably weak, and so on. This is what it means. And this reflects why, when they talk about collaboration, the strength of collaboration, why you really need to collaborate. You look at who is stronger in that area or something. That's what this figure, this message is telling us. Now, in terms of education of stakeholders, that's supposed to be education of now, training of farmers. This has commenced, but it's incomprehensive. There are still so many farmers that are there that haven't received information about what they want and haven't gained so much. Then you have input dealers, members of the crop line, that is the major marketers of the pesticide itself. They are aware and they are conducting training for farmers and extension agents. Other input dealers are selling without products stewardship, so they just sell. You have the technicians, field technicians. These are available, but not adequately involved in the monitoring and control process. Our own field technicians, ones who are using the mirror research institutions and so on. And then you have the Farmer Association. This is inadequate reach. Many of them have not reached. Then the policymakers, they are fully aware of inadequate last mile policy intervention fails. So we know that this is a problem. But in terms of this is our policy to reach it and follow it up also, it's not in place. And even when we do so, there's no money to back up. One evidence that is in place is here. The seed policy of 2022 provide for the commercialization of and cultivation of transgenics. The policy for 2025 did not allow us to touch transgenics, but for 2022 allows transgenics. So, and much of those who have made progress with it have used transgenics. Those are the ones they call GMO, just in case. Now, feedback capacity. Now, for us, we do not have alarm system in place. The national monitoring scheme is not comprehensive. Coordination of feedback is weak. Input use performance is not correlated. Input use performance, what they are using, what is working and what is not working, are not correlated. In terms of options, enhance information consumption through proper tracking, mandate input supplier to provide broad-based outreach program for stewardship, strengthen monitoring and feedback, broaden the range of stakeholders, institute a robust plan for the Economy One management and any one system. That's supposed to be at end. Okay, now just going to the system itself. This is one stories, and I think the next paper or the next special session will do a lot more of some of these issues. What we require, Economy One pest monitoring and early warning is based on cloud technology. This is what is in vogue now. The one that will use the personnel and use the trap and then carry it to the laboratory, can do your counting and then try to record and start sending manually or so. I think the days for those ones are past. We need to build our capacity for analysis, our capacity to identify, to classify, and the GIS scheme. Now, why it's important that we talked about this GIS thing is that often you find an institution, there are one or two guys, maybe they call him ICT specialist, and then he has a little idea or something like that. You really be quite trained, and a few of them that actually have trained so much, They sit down in the office until you're about to go and make presentation somewhere. You say, okay, put this one in GIS form for me, and he'll do it and give you. But that every day he is producing output on it, you have not, and really there's a lot more work to be done using GIS. We also have the issue of access to web softwares. We are using Sentinel-2 and we are using Sentinel-2 in our own work, the TechFund project itself. Now, many of us need training on disaster, on the data set and good computing power. Just we need training in those areas. Because if you are going to have a regional EWS or so, there is so much data that is coming in, and to pull it together and make sense of it, sometimes can really be challenging if you don't have this. Now, what we require, these slides about what we require again, I tried to put in many different forms, but say what we require from EWS, a strong collaboration with farmers. And we have seen its collaboration with the national institutions, and why we need to do that because of variability in the strength, and everybody has something else to offer. Information generation, transmission, interpretation is critical because it is what we use for surveillance, awareness of the potential hazards of the pest. Everybody needs to be on the same page, or at least close gap, skilled and willing personnel. It's not enough to say we have it, but it's in place, but the people who are willing to use it are not in place. Appropriate technology, tools itself, knowledge of the best characterization or characteristics, unique traits, the life cycle, the host rate, behavior, internet service. All of those are part of the bundle of what we have. Now, in by way forward, what do we need to do? We need a comprehensive training of stakeholders in the follow-on management value chain to support EWS. Mandate input supplier to provide broad-based active program for stewardship. Because if they do that, it means that the control will become more effective, we will have less of the hazards. Strengthen monitoring and feedback, alarm and pest risk information mechanism. Pilot the EWS app and build the capacity to use it. So the app is available in many places, even Ghana. Ghana is using two of them. There is the e-locus, for instance, Ghana is using. And initially they applied the e-locus for following one, and then they now apply the FAO app for following one. They're using those two, the FAO app and the e-locus. Broadening the range of stakeholders to include GIS expert, data analysts, to institute a robust EWS, the report plans for EWS, and encourage investment in the following one controlled by other tiers of government. So it should not be an activity that belongs to federal government or even the state government alone. So many people need to get involved. So I want to thank you for listening. That is what I have in terms of capacity. Now, I don't know how many of you know the moth itself. You can see the moth. This is the female one, and you look. This is the male, and this is what you probably see at heart, or what is the difference, and the way the wings are. You won't see what you find here in the male inside the female. You are saying something?
Thank you. So I believe with all these slides and presentations and explanations, we are able to understand the capacity of Nigeria, fall armyworm, and how to proceed going forward to build a countrywide warning process of
Well, Prof, thank you very much for what they call excellent presentation. I'm not surprised. This is a reflection for me. Now, because of time factor, let me just make some, get some clarification and make some comments. I will say that the assessment you have given to us and concerning the research based on the scorecard, it's very clear. Not just very, but lacking in that based on funding. There's funding constraint. So those are the issues. Some of the technology, some of the things we have, some of them are just getting rusted in our stores. I believe with this kind of program coming up, we improve. Having said that, before I go further, there's an acronym you put there that I'm seeing. I was trying to make something out of it. FAM, EMS. I think something is missing. If it's 4 army worms, that means W is missing in that acronym. W should come in, otherwise somebody sees it. Army worm, 4 army worms, FAW. The EWS is anyone on it. Now, the issue of the scorecard, as I just said, that has been very okay. For instance, you say that yes, our interventions are mostly regional, and the NRS is national. Yes, NRSA has a national outlook. We, the institutions, now have 6 geopolitical zones, and 6 institutions have what to call coordination coordination institute. They coordinate ADPs in the geographical zone, not central zones, NCRI. Northeast is the Lecture Research Institute. Northwest, IR. Southwest is IR&T, if I'm right, yes, IR&T. Then South-South, I think Robert Research Institute. Then there are 6 geopolitical zones that are being coordinated, so regional. For NCRI, there's a research institute that coordinated ADPs. It has 10 outstations cut across all the geographical zones, northeast, northwest, southeast, north central, and southwest, and so on and so forth. So it's based on this. But nevertheless, the refuse workshop that we do at zonal level, at regional level, also at national level, we do have feedback. And if you say by next month, 27th to 20th, NRS is going to organize a plan and review meeting, which has invited all the research institutes who are going to be there, and the extension services centers, all the research institutes are going to make some contributions, which will be published. So based on this, the structure is there in the place. But if it comes to the issue of feedback to farmers, we have all these awesome structures in place. Like you are talking about farmers' feed schools. We are supposed to have that, but how many times are we having farmers' feed schools? How many times we're having the extension service in MTRM? We have talked about all this. There are a lot of things that are there in place, but are not well coordinated, as you rightly said. I believe, based on that, federal government should fund extension, federal government should fund research. And let me tell you one thing that I'm going to discover. The capital project that we used to have, and then even when the money comes, not well utilized, but nevertheless, we used to use it. So our institution used to use it. You find out that now, if appropriation is made, 95% of the appropriation is going to the National Assembly. I'm telling you, just check. What is going to go for capital project for the research institution is less than 5%. So how do you improve on this? Check with others and the EDs, they will tell you this. So a big problem there. I don't want to talk, the people will shout at you. They keep on calling you into the National Assembly to this and that, but then they're not giving us funding. So the money is going back to them. So having said that, the press should not report me because I don't want to go to jail or want to go to Hammond, but note that and check on your own. Having said that, thank you very much for your presentation. Well done.
Yeah, okay. Let me quit the acronym that I did not remember to mention, describe. The NSMA is the National Space. I'm coming. National Space Management Agency. Okay. That is what the space, because of the data satellite linkage also. That's why I just remember now. And then you talked about the EWS, mean early warning system. I use it in many different places. Early warning system. That is what the EWS means. FAMEWS means Fall Armyworm Management Early Warning System. So you just find that you can find the FAW Early Warning System, FAMEWS. So these ones are, it depends on which one you want to. So that is about that. The concern really is we are aware that we do the refills, maybe in-house reviews, and then we have the cropping scheme meetings and all those kind of things. If you are trying to target these invasive problems, it cannot wait 1 year. It can't wait 6 months. It can't even wait 1 month, because the farmer needs solution immediately. Early warning is you want to arrest it before it becomes problematic, before it causes, I think somebody used the phrase yesterday, economic damage, economic threshold to impose control. So if you are not doing the surveillance to be able to kind of find that this will soon become a problem, like the organizers of this workshop, at some point they realized that, okay, they wanted us to, especially me, to concentrate in this presentation. They say, have your breakfast. They must have gauged that if you had not eaten breakfast by this time, your sugar level is probably going 1 time. And so they say that's like, they are monitoring it and they're responding. So if we wait for the annual refill every year or 6 months or so, the farmer has lost his crop. So that is what we are referring to. The feedback we are referring to is the feedback that will enable the farmer take immediate action when the pest is back to cause serious harm. Not the feedback that, oh, the problem happened in the course of the season, I lost my crop like the ginger people did this last season. I hope that point is clear. Is there any other one again? No, I think this is.
Okay. Prof, thank you very much. Education. My area of time in our conversation is this area where we talk about that the resistance variety actually genetically modified varieties. And I know that the debate has been on, and eventually the Seed Council and the Bio Safety come up with, but I don't think that we are still very comfortable with genetically modified feeds as recommendations that will give farmers because of the safety concerns that have been raised over time. So I don't know if that is the quick way out. Are we going to strongly recommend that to farmers? That's my question. Thank you.
Have any other questions, so we can take like 2 for him to respond.
Thank you, Prof. During the presentation, at the point where you said at stake, some years we are giving, and I wish to get some clarification. Is it for this year or for last year, especially in the case of solar?
Yes, I just finished the mission for USI, looking at the crop 2020 crop. So it's very fresh. So the data that is there, you see, we had to use the population projection for 2024, calculating the balance sheet. And that is why I gave the population for 2024 and not for 2023. So this data is actually coming from the balance sheet computation from Nigeria that concluded October 23rd, 2023. Yeah. Okay. The second question is, I think maybe we can rephrase the question itself. Everybody that is here works for government, isn't it? Now, what it means is we can't question what is in our public or government document when everybody that is there is working for government. If there's somebody else who is not working for government, I hope we know by protocol we cannot question it. Because I just said that the 2022 seed policy provides for the cultivation and cultivation, commercialization of transgenics. So which means from the government perspective, they must have weighed all things. But if only government people are around, there is no end to questioning what we have even decision we are taking before, otherwise we will not move forward. So if in that spirit, I can say that we can question whether it was a good decision that we have taken, because it's a decision we have taken. So it is not whether it is the way to go. I hope we understand what I'm trying to say. It is no longer that is it the way to go, but it is that this is what to say the way we want to go. Is this way correct? So the question will be, is it correct? So every government organization and those who work within the government institutions or that work within the policy space can ask that question when they are all together. But if it is outside, that will look like a rebel. I hope you understand this point very well. So in that light, I'll be more open to talk about it. Use it to feed animals, but not to feed human beings. But meanwhile, the human beings will eat the animals. Are you getting it? Now, in Africa, we are getting a situation in which we are eating it and feeding it to our animals. Many of the maize that is imported to feed our poultry or so, they are GMOs. And we are eating the chicken. And now our law has allowed us that we can grow it. And so we can ask the question, is it correct? Why are some people not interested in growing it, but they are interested in using it to feed animals? Why are some people not interested in even using it to feed animals? The whole of it is economics. I said that those who hold the license, the proprietary law, right, for the GMO is Bayer and Monsanto. Nobody else has it in the world. Anyone who is using it is collecting and paying royalty to them. And so the Europeans don't want to pay the royalty to those two American companies. And that's why I said, okay, if you grow it in your country, bring it away, but don't grow it here. And then Russia said, even their food, if we eat your food, we are giving you more money. Don't bring your food. I don't know whether you understand that. Now, in America, you see where they brand it. They say brand organic and non-organic. You know, non-organic means GMO. Now, when I went to Michigan State University, MSU, we learned that the definition of GMO product, the way we perceive it, is completely different from the way American businesses or the law permits it. Now, the law says, like this is water. If you have ingredients which you are supposed to put in the ingredients, you list all of them. For every product, you must put the ingredients. We copied it from America. Now, if the ingredient you are listed, the first one and the second one did not come from a GMO material, that product is not a GMO, even if the rest comes from the GMO material. Did you see why you're inside it? Only the two ingredients that you mentioned, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are the highest concentration. But the first two that you mentioned, if they don't contain GMO, it means that that product is not GMO. What are they trying to say? They are trying to say that literally almost everything has one form of GMO or the other. But that if it's important to you to put it as number one ingredient or number two ingredient, call it GMO. But if it is not important to you and you have put it number 3, 4, so it's not a GMO. That's the definition. So if you were eating the Kellogg's cornflakes or the custard that came from those places and the listing of the ingredients, they say flavor, water, and something else, and they put the other ones, and those other ones have GMO, like they say cornstarch. Those are so, and the cornstarch has GMO, the other one has GMO, it is a non-GMO. Because they have put the flavor and they have put the water or sugar. you understand? So the American society where organic and non-organic or GMO have become a hype, or more or less have been hype, their own law and their businessmen have managed to mask it. And you still find people who are 100 and something years. Of course, there is cancer, there is all kinds of things that are there. And we also have it here. Before we allow it in our own seed policy, before the National Biosafety Regulatory Agency approve it. Remember, in my presentation, I used one word, event. Event is actually like materials, like breeding lines or product lines that have not been approved by Biosafety Regulatory Agency. You call it event because in many instances, those events are not approved. It is after they have approved it before they start testing it for potential release. Are you seeing where the stages or so? So when you make the crosses, and these crosses are coming from GMO materials, you have to send it into the control trials. In those control trials, and you meet certain regulations, give the data, you are working only with the Biosafety Regulatory Agency. Seed Council has no aware, Faculty of Agric has no aware, everybody has no aware. It's only you and the Biosafety Regulation. When they now clear that it is safe, before it can now come inside agriculture. Agriculture will now start the process of testing it in many different locations and finally release it. So when they release it, then after release, they now commercialize. And you can see the steps that it is going through. So they didn't just say, okay, put it, you can commercialize it like that. Before they did that, they have already made sure that it cannot potentially escape if it is dangerous for us. One problem we do have is that to generate those events, we do not have the capacity to do that. IR&T, SRI, they are here. They know that this is where we have problem. And even if you are in Europe, you still can't do it. And that's why Europe today, they learned what they call gene editing and gene drive. In the gene editing, they can look at the gene sequencing and remove some aspect of the sequence. And then it will now give rise to a better material or sometimes worse material, but they can select the ones that are better material. Or they take a gene sequence from somewhere, open it and put it inside. That also can give new, better materials or maybe not as good materials. Now, when they take the gene from across species, like they take the gene, say from bacteria, CRISPR, and then bring it inside the say maize or rice, that becomes a GMO. But if you take the sequence of this variety of maize, another variety of maize, and then you see that this one doesn't have this kind of sequence, you can cut the sequence from here and put here. It's not a GMO. Before, the Biosafety Regulatory Agency wanted the same procedure of calling it event and do all those kind of things to be applied to the gene editing material. And Europe is doing gene editing, but now they are not using transgenics. The transgenics are where you take the genes that are coming from a species that is not related, and then you bring it inside. And that was why people were concerned that if you bring those transgenics and then it makes the crop do better, If it gets inside us, will it change us, make a man a woman, or a man a woman a man, or make us form breasts, or maybe no evil head, or something like that? That was that. But now we realize that it's actually not happening. It hasn't happened. What we don't know is how do we carry that gene from a non-related species into our own. That's where our problem really lies. And even in some of our institutions, and I think that I will say it, some of our international centers or so, they have tried to see whether it is possible to get that transgenic breeding program kind of a skill inside their system. Those the Monsanto and so they are refusing it. So most of the international centers don't do it, but they can do gene editing.
Please, I think when I was saying something, the first phase that I said, if I go all hog, Prof will explain, I will not live here. So I want to take them step by step, if you will permit me. Now, the issue of universities and the issue of research institutes, not actually measuring up because of universities, their own program is mostly research is basic. And research institutes, most of the research is applied. That's why we moved into research to the on-farm, and then we also it's being taken to the farmers. Now, if we look at the issues, there are things that are on the ground that are also truncating our progress. If we look at the issue of baseline surveys, genetic surveys, this has been abandoned. I don't know that Prof we have done any baseline survey in the next 5 or 6 years. Nothing. Those are where we used to gather information from farm and then bring it to research, both basic as well as applied, right? Then another aspect that we used to do is demonstration plot. That is on farm. We'll start on farm, that's on station, on farm, SPAT. That is more plot adapted trial, as well as monitoring training plot. All these things are going to be based at the research institutes as well as extension, ADPs. These ones are not existent. Also, issue of farmers feed school. Research institute do that, extension program do that, or farmer feeds day. We used to be common for IPM, for extension, other things that are also not existent. And then the big one, monetary technology meetings, where we take the technologies right to the farmer. Those things are not being funded. We talk about that. The other avenues where the farmers are able to get information at the meetings that we have, the workshop, even scientists go for conferences, symposium. And all these things are not common. Even if you go for conferences, all those things that are presented, they end up there. Most of them, they don't come up with products or innovations. So we have a lot of these problems. So there are way forward, where other countries, like you said, sponsored some years back, sponsored the program, IPM, Collaborative Research Support Program. In Asia, even West Africa, Senegal and Ghana benefit from that. Nigeria did not benefit from it. So all these things are there. And then the impact assessment. How many times have we done assessment? Adoption studies. All these things are not being done. And that goes down to say that funding is a constraint. For this year, they have not released money for research. That's a capital project, which is tied to capital. They will tell you that you should give contract for research. Do you give contract for research? You don't. One of the EDs tried there somewhere in cocoa research, there was a big problem. But because that's the idea, it has its own head. And if we do it now, even if our funds are not being released for that, what do we do? So these are the issues that FAO, through this program, which is going to come in phases, we should address and identify people that will come and add value to what you are going to do. Thank you very much. Prof, do you have any comment on this?
Yeah, actually, I think that for the faculties of agriculture also, we are not looking at how much of the research that the students are doing, but we are looking at the fact that the lecturers that are there are resources, so that they are not. We should not, because they are not doing applied research, we just ignore them. You know, somebody maybe is in Mina. Unfortunately, we lost somebody in Mina University. They have said, you know, okay. Now, somebody that is in Mina, and you have trials to run in Mina, and your colleague, your classmate of the conference, is a part of okay, in order to have more data, while you are working in the southwest or southeast or so, you look at the cost of transportation is so high now.
You can send the materials to him in the faculty, Federal University of Technology. You are in Badegi. Instead of you making the transport, traveling, traversing those ones, and the resources, and we get them involved. So when we variability in terms of capability of the various institutions, only if you use different indicators. Now, but if you pull all these people together, they will strengthen one another, and it makes it easier, and the result will become more robust than we can attain. Yes, we are not having MTRM as it used to be, but we do know that some of the research institutes have formed the adopted villages, and what looks like augmentation until maybe something else comes to take that space. So, and the whole thing truly boils down to what is it? Money. Let me quickly say this. In NRLS, we thought in the turn of the 90s, we said that the cost of running, managing, and using the T&V system is too high, and that was why it was not working for us. When the World Bank loan ceased, at the closure of the World Bank loan, we just felt we were feeling that because the cost was too high, that was why the T&V could not work. Then at the level of the institute, we have a rethink, because the amount of money that the Zamfara state government gave to Zakare was far more than the money that they got from World Bank under the T&V. So it means that it is not the issue that we don't have money, it's the will to put the money inside that is the problem. And then if you go to Kano State this year, from this year, under is it only Kano? Maybe we can talk about Borno State. The amount of money that Zulum has put into agriculture, when you look at the amount of money, although he's putting so much of it on tractor machines and so on and so forth, but truly speaking, it's higher than what they were getting in 1 year for the T&V. So it is the governors who are causing the problem for us. And we need to tell ourselves the truth about it. So it is not that the T&V was in error, it was that the will to even operationalize it, that was the issue. So how can we have these 2 examples or 3 examples that are spending more money? Kano State at some point had 700 and something extension agents outside under their mass food production program, and they had 333 under the World Bank ADP. The same Kano State. So is the will, when the governor that has the will to put money in agriculture is there, it will work. And we are hoping that we can get the federal government itself that put money. No state government is going to fund EWS, that is anybody's scheme, for Folami 1 substantially without the support of the federal government. Yes. And so if the federal government does not lead by putting enough money inside, the state will say, if it's not important to federal government, why should it be important to us? After all, if there is so much hunger, we will cry to the big brother, federal government. And that's where the real challenge lies. A few of them are taking initiative, but even if they take those initiatives, they are still eyeing that if any wahala comes, they will go to federal government. And the federal government is not funding the thing the way it should be funded. You can see in the rating, it said, when we say government ministries, I don't want to say federal government, federal ministry of agriculture or so. I just left their state, the federal, I just put the ministry, because this report can go, we are working with Chinese people. So the language that we have used in the presentation itself is such that it shouldn't cause us harm, because we want to collaborate with somebody. And it's also such that we shouldn't lie. Rather, we find a word that is a bit suiting, that if it goes anywhere, it's not going to cause too much trouble for us. If it didn't go anywhere, it's also not going to cause us any trouble. So everywhere you see ministries of agriculture, we have the state ministry, we have the federal government in mind. I hope the point is made. Okay, so the ADP's MTRM is no longer working, but there are a few things that are happening, like the adopted villages. Now, the ARCN is not able to get enough money for
the research institutions to have adopted villages. In all the states, in all the senatorial zones, in your own mandate zone, where you have coordinating mandate, they are all supposed to have adopted villages. But who is going to give you money? Now with, is it 500, 600 naira fuel? I'm even in some places even higher than 650 naira fuel. How many people will you be able to send to all the zonal places? And that's why we want the ICT-driven research now for monitoring. Okay. Okay. Director.
Thank you. I want to say something on these GMO products. I think about 2 months ago, to be precise, some people came to the ministry. They saw the minister, brought in some, GMO wheat seed from Morocco. And they met the minister, they said they want to produce it in Nigeria. So my director collected some sample of the GMO, seeds and called me. That have I ever seen those seeds before? I said no. So he now asked and I advised him. I said, I'm very skeptical on, GMO seeds. Why? Because I will be comfortable with GMO seeds developed by Nigerian scientists. But GMO developed by, Syngenta and Monsanto, I'm not comfortable with it. Because I know today there are some countries in this world where a kg of tomato seed is sold at $60,000. If you convert that to Naira, it's about 72 million per kg of seed. So what these GMO products developed by, Syngenta and Monsanto does is that they destroy your local seeds. So that at the end of the day, you depend on them for the seed. And anybody that will have control over the food you consume, is very dangerous for you. So that is what. So I would be very comfortable with GMO, seeds produced by Nigerian scientists than all these produced by Monsanto and Syngenta. So I think there is more to it than just giving money. These countries that are saying that they don't want it, they know what they are doing, because definitely it has to go through, I told the director that even if they want to produce this seed, it should go to the biosafety, agency, because they are the only ones that have, mandates for GMO products. So thank you very much.
Let me just add something regarding what you said.
Here we have a lot of people who
there is no government institution anywhere in the world that probably can land the United States. There's no government. Are you getting it? For some reasons, you just find a collaboration, right? They are collaborating with us, not collaborating with us. And the better Ministry of Agriculture, it doesn't happen. We ask FAO and God, we are collaborating. Where does FAO work with government? Or work with the United Kingdom, or work with the German government, where they can go and work with Kassel University, Oxford University, or one research institute. They can go and do this. But what we are finding in Africa is that these institutions will come here and they are working with our government. And our government people give them money and they give them space. Are you understanding me? Now, the kind of conversation that should have preceded the GMO thing. GMO is happening, so the ministry calls people have had inner circle discussion of what should we do.
Is there a report like that in our ministry?
So how did we come to put it inside our seed policy? How? How did we put it into our seed policy? Everything that goes into the seed policy is something that the ministry should have called people together and they tease it out, pros and cons, and do all kinds of things until finally they will say, okay, are we going to take it? Yeah, we're going to take it. Without the influence or interference with any third party, especially the international community. But what is happening is that all the international community have found loopholes. I worked in it, and my colleague is still working in that system. They found loopholes that you can actually reach out, and it looks as if when things work is when you are able to see the minister, or worse, see the head of state. You want to bring something into America, you go and talk to Biden or Sunni, and you're going to do that. Where are you going to see? But they come to meet our head of state, and they open door, and they sit down, they discuss. And then we are expecting that we are going to develop. We cannot develop that way because I don't know whether you have. I mean, think back of the situation where you want to enter a tailor shop or the man selling cloth, his shop, and you want to buy, and you sit in that place, and the man say this cloth is very good, so and you say, yeah, it's very, very good. I like it very much. I see some people are paying high money on it. What would the person do? He will give you a higher price, isn't it? Okay. Now, every one of them that are coming, they want to sell something to us. That's the truth about it. So it is we to be thinking of what is the best price to pay for it. And often the best price we are offering include undermining our own policy arrangement and undermining our institutions. That's what we offer as part of what we are paying. So if you say the GMO, you have a concern on it or so, I would say if we had a concern, I didn't see any document. I am not aware of any conversation that was orchestrated by our ministry on those issues to say yes or no, or do it like this or do it like that. And who are we going to blame? We blame all of us because we are supposed to do it. Like I remember when Sagagi was PA to, is it Nanunu or so? Sagagi was PA to Nanunu. I am sure some of you we remember that COVID came, and when COVID came, they set up task force. The Minister of Agriculture was not in the task force. Did you remember? I wrote a letter to Sagagi, to the Seed Council, to our minister, and I said, this task force they are setting, and this is the time for people to go to farm. Seed will not go to farm. Farmers will not go to farm. Hunger doom. So they need to get our minister in that task force. I don't know whether it is what orchestrated it or so, but how many of us are doing that? How many of us have that kind of training or willing or awareness that we can do that? But it is something that when the policy of government comes up, every one of us is supposed to see how does it affect us. The GMO thing, yes, this is a concern that you have, even though it is in our policy. When only government or Nigerians all are around together, you can query the policy that we have. If you don't query it, you can't change it now. But when other people are around, you should not query it because it will tend to insubordination. He just, when they finish talking, say, okay, that was what I asked me. I say, everybody here is together with us. Yes, let's talk about it. So this is the role that is earmarked for the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. And that role, it is not playing it. And it is time to play it. So, and all those analyses also, we are trying to do scorecard also. Everybody, every one of us, if we want to move fast, anything I come and say, follow me one. Okay, we are having this conversation. Should we have the follow me one control early warning system? Should we have the early warning system for follow me one? I say, yes, we should have it. Okay, how are we going to have it or something like that? Maybe the next talk or something like that can talk about what kind of issues that are concerned, what is the milestone, the roadmap for generating that kind of early warning system scheme, you know, how to do that. And it comes up every year, you will have about 6, 7, 8, 10, 100, dozens of it. And that's where you spend money on. That's where the money is, because you are generating ideas. You bring people from different places. Some of them may even be our partners from somewhere. They come and share their own thoughts because we don't know it all. We have something to take from them. but that they come before us and they present the product they want to sell to us, and we allow them to dictate the price. We are part of the price we pay now. You can't say so happens with that.
Thank you very much. It's good that you highlighted the important certain points, and we have people here who can push for speed from all aspects. Government, international.
Yes, coming together.
I think everybody has to check that we have more collaborative approach towards that. But one thing with policy, it's dynamic. It's not supposed to be static. You know, it changes with situations, and sometimes the situation changes and the policy doesn't change. Which will really affect any outcome or positive impact of policy you have on any So I want to proceed with the next agenda for the syndicate discussion for the strategy. I think you are to chair the session. So I don't know how you want to how many groups you want.
Yeah, I think that first of all, when I saw it also, I would like the different groups. I have also small presentation for me in terms of roadmap or something like that. So that's why I didn't ask him to copy that slide. Maybe eventually I have to share it. The issue raised about policy itself is for us to become fully aware that if you work federal ministry of agriculture or ministry of state ministry of agriculture, everything that happens, everything that is happening, whether there's a change in the and in fact, that is where the bulk of the budget is supposed to be. You get it? So if you now realize that not many people are aware of what to do, then you cannot talk about capacity. Sometimes the capacity building may require that you send some of your own staff abroad or send somebody else abroad, or a mixed bag of those within the ministry or somewhere to go. Those who are in the ministry are supposed to be on top of the game, and they are supposed to be thinking. Sometimes you can change the policy in the way of reforming it, and then you reform it into something that is not as good as what you had before. It's understandable, but you have to change. If you didn't change, you will not even. There are some people who say that my wife is not very good, let me marry a second wife. And they marry a second wife, their problem was sin. And you now realize that the first wife was a perfect woman. Are you getting it? Or sometimes they marry a second wife and they realize that the first wife was a devil. You know, so it's like that. So in the policy corridor, that is what it requires to do. When I was in Syracuse, there was one course that we did, and it had to do with the reform of US institutions. Every group that was formed, every class will form group or something for that particular course. They give you all kinds of book reviews on those institutions, the annual reports of those institutions, you read them, and when you finish, you are supposed to make 2 recommendations for reform of those institutions. That is what the course entails. And then one of our course mates now said, all these ones looks like a waste. Who uses it? And they said, you are talking about who uses it? Okay. Well, we just wanted you to be aware that there are a lot of people that are doing this rigorous analysis behind the scene. You know, so that's what the course is about. But we bring somebody who can talk to you. And then in the next class, they brought somebody from CFR. And that person is somebody very high up, level of executive director in CFR. And then he said, okay, you can ask the question. And the guy from Puerto Rico, he asked the question and said, this course, we're spending reading so much and it's taxing us so much. And all just to make recommendations, 2 recommendations for the reform of US institutions. And we made several presentations. So who uses it? How is it used? And the guy from CFR said, yes, it's something I should let you know that the reform of US institutions, 11 graduate schools contribute to it. 11 graduate schools contribute to it. And your graduate school is one of them. I was shocked. Now,
CFR is Council for Foreign Relations. And some of you know what the Council for Foreign Relations is in the American setup. So for somebody as deputy director to come and listen to graduate students, of course, some of the schools are, when they say 11 graduate schools, they will select the schools too. So, but the message I'm trying to pass is that to reform the institutions, they harvest ideas from those who are master students, those who are PhD students from different, and maybe for a different thing, reform medical services may be a different thing. Medical services, medical institutions, you can see there are two different things. You know, so in their own to reform the institutions, 11 graduate schools contribute to it. And here we are. Who is contributing for reform of IAR, NERLS? Who is contributing to it? Or even ARCN? Who's contributing to it? Do we even have that mechanism to do that? And meanwhile, those who are the policy corridor, that's what they're supposed to do, to change it. I hope that it's quite useful. So let's form two groups. How do we form it now? I think we'll probably circle quickly. Can we take numbers, A, B, and then you elect your chairman? So, A, B, A, B, Okay, you can take. You join them because all of us are together. So I think what we could do, we can actually let this say this way and we go the other way. You can move your seat, take your seat, and then you can so that you can face home. It's actually better when you are close engagement. Yeah. Yeah, A this way, B this way. So let the A, you can take your seat like that and let some people stay in front and face them, or you can just take your things since no, I mean the seat, it shouldn't Okay, so it's the same problem. We want to see whether we can get different perspective of this problem between the two groups actually. We're not many, that's why I want So what will be the team? The team, the topic. The challenges of certain water system. Yeah, I mean, identify the major challenges and risk factors of the likely increase of implementation of any integrated
integrated pest management technology system. So you appoint team leader. Yeah, you appoint the team leader and we get the so yeah, I mean, they should have don't make it look like a punishment. So if we can get at least like 4, can get up to 10 and then try to prioritize the 4 problems. There's no way we can write to the minister and say, okay, we want to go on board and then so we would like to get 4 and then actually best we discuss the issue and best. Okay, now I need the camera. Let us do that. I don't have to I think the person is right. Then I'll make it down in their position. Because I say you are not right to pull up in the help. We already have for the mission what are the issues that are supposed to be about the challenges and risks that don't accept to use at the front of the to what are the problems. We want to have a very responses. It's the rest of the what do you think are good challenge problems? Okay, welcome to solutions. Okay, the topic was sufficient 15, but the solution of the major challenges of this It's like this is those are like the new duties. And the new is like to our own idea of greatly, The infrastructure should start. Yes, also be
It's only looking for crime events. That is simple out.
We're not placing the right place for people.
When we are talking about what are the factors that
Using losses, you can see clearly. Enhancing the quality of export. So why are we not?
But already inside station workers, we know immediately. It's still problematic. Just a policy thing. But we do it like this.
Another thing I invented for 1 year. So I want to see. It is important that when they are not connected, they are not connected to partition the kind of that process is 5 years. So really what are they targets? How are they? How is it? As it's like a kind of individual that make a kind of everybody just focus on what you can do to start replacing the output input of others. Yes, so that people not related to the most. So I have my own experience on it's just that this institution without coordinating this so that kind of conversation this is control. Yes. When there was Ebola or when there was COVID more, all these hospitals are like connected. I just said them because a lot of information about tests, whatever, the central, and they will be able to say the board for in this stage, the number I don't have to work. Everybody is aware of what's happening. So this is a serious policy where everything that was closed and anyone what we have is why. So when I come out that so we have
So when you see what one we don't say that it was one question I want to see that one of the experiences that we didn't have a lot of very what's the modality which information some of that would so we have talked about so that's we the amount of money. So the free so you have got someone who
You don't need to although I said you can use them and then which means that they are trying to treat the streets that are covered to many issues in one consulting. But in terms of implementation of so, if you do that, you can look at that. You know, I hope you understand this. So sometimes because you are wanting them so much that you cannot look at one so that you can get attack. I said that for instance, we not say you know how it when you if you don't go out going from there, you will report and 6 capacity if there oh, okay, let's move from that. What we see, what you are planning, and what you bring it on again. I think we got that. No, it is instruction because you make it actually. I'm saying we got that. Now this is so our lecturer wasn't 10% or every topics. There are two are asking that this special starts by as part of our evaluation. As part of the development of our society. Not someone who knows how to smile and struggle. And who are here for that special job.
Okay, now. I've really sent it back and put it there with the radio station and the air. Instead of policy, what was the national department? That is responsible for that. Surveillance system of position. Yes. Or anybody doesn't have one. Everybody is more problematic. That is not really more agricultural extension sector. It's not really more agricultural extension sector. This is the it's not we have it. And they share.
And then when I say and nobody puts that. That's what and every year you share the table. You have not done that. This is not my problem. That's what you have to
So we'll proceed to have our break now, and then we reconvene to make the presentation. Okay, so okay, let me go see what the presentation status. Okay. Can we?
Where is the main presenter of
Good afternoon, when we look at the human resources that are available all over the nation, we are still lacking in some areas. And when we look at, we have the technological or the technologies to handle it. We need training in that area. Institutions will have to come up with structures to help our institutions to handle this early warning system. Then the farmers and the sectors, the stakeholders generally, they need to know more about pests and how to handle it. Then if you go further on how to provide solution to the problem we are facing. So we need these people to be trained and to be more exposed to what is the current trend in the early warning system in other parts of the world, so that we can actually raise up and advance the effect at time. Then we also look at the infrastructure we have. They are inadequate. The infrastructure we have, they are inadequate. But when we talk about, for example, the fall one monitoring and evaluation early warning system application at the hub. I don't think we have it in Nigeria. And if we have it, it's going to be very restricted to certain areas. And like down the west where I came from, we don't have it there. So you can say that it's actually inadequate. So we need things like that. We need facilities for data collection. Not only that, that is a tool for data collection. So we need other facilities for data collection and how to store and retrieve this data. They are very important. So we all together we need working tools to help us to come out strong against pest attacks, especially early enough before the damage is done. So we need to build up our laboratory, the computer, GIS. We have electricity will be a problem, is a problem. Especially in those places of challenge, how do we get electricity to those places? Maybe in form of a solar equipment that can be charged and recharged for use again. So these are the things that we need. We need drones that can go several kilometers and get information for us, and we can interpret them. So interpreting this information also, we also go back to the first problem that we have, that is lacking the lack of human capacity. So when we collect this data, who will interpret it? How do we handle this data? So these are the challenges. Then quick surveillance and coordination for pest early warning systems. We have most of our borders are porous. We have things moving in and out anyhow. And because of that, I think the government needs to do something in that area that they can survey, they can monitor the movement of goods, especially agricultural products, and through the borders and out in and out of the country and from one place to another. And when we have outbreaks, how do we also monitor that this thing is not exceeding? How do we quarantine that area so that the problem is not escalating unnecessarily? Then the bodies that are involved, how coordinated are they? Find that most of the time, the researches we are doing, they are not coordinated. There is need for collaboration. And the money, I think, Bob said yesterday, to talk about private-public partnership. We will need people in this area to help us so that not only the government, the farmers, the industry, people in the industry and research can work together to solve this problem. So we need coordination in this area. The inadequate agricultural extension service delivery. We said it yesterday that the extension service is almost has gone moribund. They're almost there. Most of the states are not doing MTRM again. And last year, I think we had one in 2021, we had one in Odo State, and that was all. I don't know if they have done anything this year. Oyo, no. Osun, no. So, and these are the states that they identified to be having problem with Ebola, for example. So when we have this type of problem and information is not getting across to, there's no link between research and the farmers that are feeling the pain, then there is a problem. Then the government needs to look at this area. So these are the things that the areas we have identified, that if the government look at it, it can help us to combat the incidence or the incursion of pests before they go endemic, as we are experiencing now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think there's question.
What they were able to identify.
Hello. I think this is so over.
Thank you. Thank you. Based on the topic given, this is what they were able to identify as some of the challenges that we might encounter when we're trying to establish the early warning system. One of the major issues is a poor institutional coordination and teamwork. Here we are looking at networking among stakeholders on the early warning system. When we cast back to the situation of the Ebola and then the issue of the recent COVID-19, we can see that in the Ministry of Health, almost state-wise, there is a kind of coordinated effort. The number of deaths and everything about the situation were being loaded every day. But in the case of this agriculture and the issue of pest control and rest, we don't actually have these institutional connections where what is happening in Nihot, then the person that is even close to him, IR&T, is not even aware of what's happening. Progress of the person in IR is area. So such issue, if we don't actually have that kind of coordination, we have this disjointed and kind of a cluster, what they call the silos information that are not of any help to us. And then the issue of lack of or weak awareness. Now, sometimes yes, there might be an issue in one part of the country, and then another one in another part of the country, then you have a challenge. Is the man from the south aware of what is actually happening to them? Like this earlier this year, I think that was around June, when we have the issue of the challenge in the program. Some of us were even we were confused. Somebody even asked me and said, I said, well, I saw it, Nihot said it's a virus. And then I'm doubting how can virus so cover Nigeria like that, from the south up to the north. So I was beginning to think that maybe it's something that has to do with the climate. Maybe it's radiation or something like that. If not, I'm here that we're beginning to have some kind of an insight, and then the speed of spread, 100 to 500 kilometers that the pest can cover. So such awareness that the farmer needs, even the research institution and the research fellows also needs the bulk of awareness to be able for us to have a strong early warning system. Then we have the research extension infrastructure. Yes, the other team B has also mentioned it. But when we look at it, we lack some of this infrastructure. Like yesterday, we were looking at the Chinese system. They have an epidemiology radar. We don't have, apart from the NIMET telling us the temperature, possible rainfall, and all those things. We don't have such equipment.
for the infrastructure to actually harness information that will be used in the early warning system. And then we are also looking at the challenge of some of this labs. When you look at the labs in the various stations, some of the labs either they are dilapidated or they are even out of use. Sometimes they just continue managing them when the technology is not even efficient. So when we are having such issues, challenges, and even data that are found in some of the site institutions, we just remain there. There is no any collection point where we have such information being linked. So if we have linkage of information, it would have been very, very easy. Like now, if I'm looking for information for you to pick information from my site institution, it becomes difficult. There are no, the data are not even available. The institutions are not going to have facility to actually put such information for everybody to pick. So it becomes very difficult, like information, they are there, but they are yes, there is an issue of future that even the section of future. I know we now and level the top management at the end of the day, there's no money. Planting a banana project with FAO, and then FAO now came to the rescue. And then even recently this year, the media were carrying everywhere, and we're even beginning to say that this is actually instigating the spread of that issue of Twitter. And then when the ministry fell, come to an emergency meeting, all of us were around, and then we said, okay, let's have a tax team. At the end of the day, there is no funds. Okay, tell us that there is no funds, but we are being turned around and around and around. At the end of the day, we have to let go. So such challenges are a major issue that even if we have the early warning system, it's bound to have some challenge problem when funds are not made available and where to pick it. And then we have lack of equipment and tools. We just mentioned yesterday, I think we were even discussing with EWS Knowledge Transfer Foundation. Last year, we got approval for us to partner with them. And when they brought up some figures for us, so that we'll be able to have what a kind of a center of excellence. The figure was so big, we were talking about almost 400 million. Then the budget for the measure was just 53 million. So we could not even do anything. So when we are looking at some of the equipment that they are looking at it, we cannot, or the government will tell you there's no fund for it. Early this year, the one we will push, and then NIHL was asking, please, we need to establish seed modification center. And then when we put it up, we were sent to finance. We went to finance, maybe 2 million implementation. They say it's a very good idea. At the end of the day, they say go back to the home. So when you start looking at some of this equipment, maybe you need equipment to do one thing or the other, it becomes very difficult. Now, when we did with NIHL, we say, okay, they want to upgrade their tissue lab. There is no funds. Yes, we have to run back to donor agencies and then tell them, please, this is our institution, please can you upgrade it? So equipment and tools become very, very difficult. Even if we are going to establish a early warning system, we need to have these tools or equipment localized in our various areas where we collect the data. If we don't have such facilities, it becomes very difficult. Because I know when we are trying to say, okay, let us give what I call bounce up to some of the extension agencies, like the AGP, so that the moment they see the test, they should just pick it up for us. At the end of the day, those bounce ups were nowhere to be found. So these are some of the challenges. And there is even one part of the issue that when we are trying to talk about equipment, we are trying to do a kind of collection of information. And then one of the FAO country reps said, Nigeria is bigger than this. You can go on the field and then you have your pump up and then you take the coordinate, the tighten and the rest. But we don't have such facility. Government is so reluctant trying to even acquire such facilities because even if you buy them, how do we keep them and how do we manage them? And then we have the that of capacity building and strengthening. Now, sometimes you find that in the extension system, we are just discussing this morning. I said, we actually can we build our chairs in Nigeria. I said that we have graduated of 50,000 annually from the Ministry of from the faculties of agriculture. So when you look at it, and most of us were telling ourselves, I was looking for engineering, everybody was not actually intended to be an agri person. So their capacity, in other countries, you find that somebody that might have read engineering because he saw medicine like in agriculture, something that he can do. Little training, the person adopts the system, and then you see us moving. So such capacities are lacking. I know there was time we went to South Africa, we were looking at their extension system. Now they have what they call the e-wallet. That's the agri-wallet system. We went with the Bank of Agriculture, and when we got there, we said the Bank of Agriculture, can you fund this facility? So that where we have the issue, everything about the crop, we only need to click on the bottom, and then it brings out the crop, which if you are looking at the pest or the disease, you click, oh, this is what I saw on my farm. The farmer can equally do it. He just goes to the website, look at the pest, say, oh, my own crop is cotton. You look at it, click on it. Oh, I'm talking about the pest. The pictures are there. All that the farmer needs to do is to click on it, and then the recommendation and everything. So such capacity for extension activity and then strengthening the system is always a challenge. The next one. Then we have core sustainability, the strategy and lack of continuity of projects and programs. Sometimes we do like while we're even doing this, we're trying to look at strategy. Sometimes we find that the strategy might be developed by a department here or by a research institution, and such strategies might not actually have a kind of deep coordination. Now we're talking about the issue of the agency responsible for approval of GMO. Unfortunately, it's like we in the Ministry of Agriculture were not actually in the know. So when you start looking at such the strategy, instead of us we now have a kind of bigger strategy, now that every agency that is responsible that has anything to relate to that will have actually keyed in. You find that we are working in silos. Especially if the example is the tomato. While at the end of the day, the Minister of Trade and Investment said, Federal Minister of Agriculture, you are not to go beyond the gate of the farm. So anything that goes beyond the gate of the farm, it has to do with trade, it has to do with industry. So you remain where you are. What we are telling them that what you do outside the farm also affects us inside the farm. So when we are building the strategy, it should be all encompassing, and so that we have a kind of a continuity. That is why now we are complaining that GMO, we have our fears in the Ministry of Agriculture, then the Ministry of Science and Technology is looking at it that that's the only way to feed the population. So when we look at such issues, just project program might not be sustainable if we don't have a good sustainable strategy to actually keep them on. Then we have poor implementation and follow up by mandate institution. Yes, this was some of the challenges you find that sometimes when you have a new minister, I know there was a time that the commissioner came from Bayelsa, and then he was asking some new question, and I asked him, sir, with all due respect, how many ministers do you think that we have in the Ministry of Agriculture? He said 2. I said we have 4. 4 in the sense that the chairman, Senate Committee on Agriculture, play almost like a minister. The same thing with the House of Reps, is playing the same issue. So when you put in budget and all those things, you find that the fight is between the main ministers as cabinet portfolio and those ones at the National Assembly. Now you have so much conflict in the issue. And so when you have this issue, you find that the ministers and all this, and we that were in the structure, you don't even know where to go. So when you have this problem of the follow-up, sometimes you follow up with the National Assembly, and then sometimes you will try to work with the minister, at the end of the find that they'll tell you that this is our government, and this is how we should go. Now, even if you want to have a project that you are already on, and then you have said that this project is for so years, they'll tell you that no, this is a new person. I know we were in the system, we have additional care. Okay, So let me just so lack of accountability. Lack of accountability because of this problem of not following up, and then nobody is actually responsible, nobody is going to be querying for whatever reason that he refused to do his work. Even despite the fact you have the presidency saying that you have the orders, the executive orders. Sometimes they say, oh, the executive order, if you don't do this, it's deemed that you have considered it. Unfortunately, when we write and when we are trying to attend to that, it's just still. So in such a situation, nobody is accountable for it. The civil servant is not accountable for it. The research fellow is not accountable for anything. And so in such case, we cannot have such projects or programs to be sustainable and then pour the water system. We were just discussing yesterday, some of our research fellows, they are out of the country. When you do reaching capacity of such officers, the next thing, when they see the opening, they're out. So in such a situation, or there is no welfare package, and so in such case, you have challenge. Even when we establish, maybe we are going to have the early system, we might have that problem if we don't address it. Then we have the poor feedback mechanism. Yes, the farmer has identified something. How is he returning it? Sometimes he tells the extension officer might not actually relate it back. And so when we don't have this feedback system from the research to the farmer and back into the system from the research institution to the policymakers, if we don't have such feedback system, the system is bound to fail. And the effort of establishing an L1 system may also have a challenge. Thank you.
Yeah, we have been our projects. Now, we have any, can we go back to this? You say lack of equipment, who are you very?
The issue of equipment, that's number 5. Now, we're just talking here, in the research institutions, you have challenges. The policy person doesn't actually need equipment for anything, but the research institution needs equipment to actually carry out some of this analysis. Either we are talking about the software or anything as such, that person must be equipped. Sometimes you find that even for you to buy a software, it becomes expensive. We are not talking about even the gadget. The software, when they are upgrading it, they expect that you put in money. So such equipment, the tools are supposed to be handy. And when they are handy, like we just when I was going through the presentation of China we were making yesterday about the radar system, then they said that there's another new one, which is the dual model. So when you look at the dual model, how do we move from one system of equipment to the other? Even in our medical system, you have this some of these dilapidated, some of the refurbished and furnitures that are not actually going to keep us getting the information as accurate as we want. So equipment, yes, in the research institution, they always have this problem. Either the greenhouses that are dilapidated, you cannot even carry out a good research on it. The greenhouses and all those things. These things need to be built. Even when we are looking at
yeah, we get it. Because when we say eradicates, I mean, we can understand that there are two problems. We have challenges that when we say lack of we don't have a
I think we will just change
whether it is for monitoring the wind flight or whether for identifying sometimes different. And I didn't see all of these ones where maybe it also includes something like stability EWS system or something. EWS, that's making sure that it's stabilized. That we are using technology research to guide the process. I think that's what you are trying to do. Like here, lack of equipment is creating, it takes the person's mind.
Okay, I think we will just change it to inadequate.
You understand what I'm saying? And you don't need to follow the man to tell everybody. Some of them are the same way, like there is a death of the building and strength. I'm sure that this week there are so many people who are having one training or the other that is connected to some of the, which is rightly when you say for institutional coordination and teamwork, so fine. Many institutions, the ministry, the state, federal, so they are doing so many things. But when you now say that or capacity, send the message, completely different message for what the first one is. The first one presupposes that there is element of what that is going on, but they are not coordinated. And the other one says there is no capacity. So which capacity, there is no capacity. So within it itself, now it's just general, we come up with what I presented about 10 points itself. You don't find that there are some points between them and not some another point. Are you understanding this? Now, when we make presentation to higher authority for institution mission itself, we often make this error. We load them up, and I think I mentioned that after you have listed, then try to prioritize what was on which is. Come on, for instance, I think we are team for EWS now. You know, and we now take 10 challenges that we want to address. Are you understanding? Going to where assuming you have 4 that is different from another 4, that would be 8. Without looking at which one will be the top 3, top 4. But if from one group itself we have 10, either we are repeating ourselves or we have what we call competing policies, competing technologies or competing challenges inside, which means one challenge itself probably not modifies another one somewhere. It's already embedded inside it. So we need to be aware that we often make these mistakes, so that we should try to avoid making those mistakes when we compile challenges or this that's before us on any kind of under any circumstance, so that we will be able to list which one is one that we can do, what we cannot do. To do early warning system in the contemporary time, to use the manual, as have so many people collecting data from all the political zones, all the structure of the farming system with these 5 colossal in terms of funding. So, but we can find another means in which we can do it. Collaboration is part of it. Applying is part of it. Then in the presentation, we didn't quite see how we have modernized and trying to shift from our manual system to our ICT driven system. I hope you'll get together. So those will be part of what can be the selling point when we raise challenges that we need to address under the EWS. I hope that point is clear. I think this is part of you guys have done very well by listing so many like that. Also, but when we have done so, we should also go back to see how we can clean our time and start asking whether can we actually do something about some of the problems we face. Take one institutional coordination and teamwork. What can we do? Say they're talking about stakeholders, giving the solution, that looks like the challenge and solution. The second one, which level of awareness? Who is not aware? Who is aware? Are you getting who is not aware? Is it the policy people that are not aware, or the people who are supposed to teach or are supposed to serve aware, or the business people who is not aware? And each of these ones mean the awareness and what work needs to be done is different. So if the farmers that are not aware, the work needs to be done is different. If the importer or exporter that are not aware, the work that needs to be done is different. And who will do it also different. That's why it's quite. We can lump it up, but we should, if we are going to implement it, we should be aware of this stratification of the requirement of various factors. The next one says inadequate and untimely release of form for rapid response. And I think in one group, I was trying to raise the concern that sometimes the release of form is because so if you give me money, like somebody will say, you give me money, and I didn't go to Kaduna,
then that would be like environment and use the money somewhere with another place. Or the money cannot take me to Katna, it can carry me to Kukwa. That's another issue. Or you are giving me more than, and I didn't come to report that there is change. That's another issue. You get it? So now, what does it mean when you say inadequate and timely release of funds? The government that is releasing funds, they know it's untimely and they are complaining that there are issues. But police, the budget is not released or not money is not available. The money to give money to police and to soldiers. Why? Because they are able to kind of raise the urgency of their needs. So in that because I'm able to raise the urgency to. You can see that as well the conversation can be. I'm able to raise the urgency so that we can put it, say, okay, this is it. When IR&T is complaining that it's problem or so, you make your comment concerning you in IAR about the problem you are having and then try to promote the problem that IR&T is having, or you stay on your own lane. And you call it that inside without what you said. Are you getting it? But the military, when they are talking about problem, they will say there is problem everywhere. We're trying to deal with the insurgency here, we're dealing with banditry here, we're dealing with kidnapping them. Meanwhile, different people are handling those problems. So the raise urgency. So in those of us in agriculture, we need to understand that for you to get funding for any warning system, you have to be alarming. You have to raise alarm to do what? To stimulate the urgency of the need for that particular sector. So if we don't know from the very beginning, there will be no funding for it. I don't know whether we understand it, but this is part of what the exam side is supposed to be directing us to that. Okay, we now know what the problem is. Part of the problem is even the way we convey the problem itself. And then we probably think that, okay, it doesn't concern me. This person is federal ministry that should talk about it. It is Suta Africa, it is them that are supposed to be in NIHOD, they should talk about it. Maybe transgenic problem, we have released new materials because we release it. Then we should talk about it and be proud of it. It no longer belong to you, it belongs to humanity. When you want to release it, everybody should talk about it, everybody should promote it. Now, if we have that kind of concept, or it is bad, everybody should condemn it. It will also bring benefit to all of us. But there is this trait among us in the research institutions that we're trying to protect our domain. We also want to get our institution to make it look like we are doing extremely well instead of project research. You know, we want to project that my child carrying first, doing very well, and I'm so happy and proud of it. Is it the same thing? My child is attending premier school. I'm pregnant and the results are so good. Is it the same thing? So we are promoting IAR instead of promoting research. And then people look at it and say, okay, IAR, where are they coming from? They are regional. So it's all the people not going to affect us to give up. Or maybe we do it around. To create problem. But if we promote it as research, what they do will affect the person in Lagos. But you not see the. So those of us inside research, we are going to have micromanage what we do, what the profession stands for. The same thing with the policy itself. We can say the policy has this kind of umbrella for everything itself. But we have implemented it in piecemeal, unbundle them and make them look very, very small, try and see the ramification of the policies. So the early warning system, in the formation of the early warning system, you need to take a global look at the issues at all times. I don't know where the point is made. It's what I'm trying to make that so that we can take it from the small that we know and to the large one which that is coming. And the presentation that was made yesterday by China, I may not have seen it, but I understand how the early warning system actually works, the global view of the early warning system. Everybody is important, and if you don't address the attack of the pest somewhere in Karu, when it spread and get your village somewhere in Badegi,
You see, I saw it that time, but I thought it was going to be a local thing. Why were you thinking that it's going to be a local thing? Meanwhile, the man who is probably was working on the farm when you saw it came to the village near you to marry. And you cannot stop it. So I think do we have any other question or comment? But this one gave us so many, and then there are some that are problem. Accountability is very big. Not like otherwise, because you know, what they call it, oversight. Oversight is part of accountability. So it's weak accountability that not necessarily lack.
Well, thank you very much. As a chairman, I want to tell you that we're giving those points so that you can prioritize, and some of them are high in the of this point.
Agree with that.
Yeah, many reasons why they're there. But instead of them leaving them out and they are themselves. Not every time they're going to write.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. You have all done very well. I think that's for us to remember that what we are doing, we are focusing on anyone skill. That in the focus of anyone, every time you look at anyone, you have to look at it globally. Because once you say, okay, it doesn't concern me in this community, you get to you, and when you get to disaster, maybe in 2 weeks. And then there are so many people that have contributed to it. And now we also need to upgrade to ICT level, because the two presentations really quite bring that digital component of ICT. And this ICT takes up to the satellite imagery, all these physical measurement and physical monitoring also coming to a thing. They did GIS, back to GIS. We have drones, but yes, yeah, it's a drone when you are developing this. Well, once you are like we use drone in the tech company I was trying to talk about. When you are developing indices, because if you use the sentinel, the sentinel, the anywhere that I will give you, when the satellite moves like this, and it measures what is here, it takes about 7 days. And there are some software that it is 14 days before you can come back to measure it. And some of these places, something is changing. So you can use computer, you can use drone to be measuring it every day. To cover for those days, which satellite is not there, and you all the data inside the machine learning. And then integrate what you are getting from satellite before you can get the accuracy of the one. You get it. So these tools are there. But there is a plant scope. The plant scope, which is used by US military or something like that. That one said the rotation and the measurement is hours every day. The same day, every hours every day. So those who are fighting in Afghanistan or something like that, they can use the satellite to be checking how many people move. Who were there 3 hours ago, who were there 3 hours now, and who were there 6 hours time. They can project and how will it look like 6 hours time. And those ones is the military realm of the military. But when it comes to agriculture, they can also know. They can tell us what is the estimated food Nigeria will produce for corn, for cocoyam, or they can do it the same thing. And those softwares are available, and then you can use for. I think it is why we use the CNN model, the convolutional neural network. For Polar I think it is artificial neural network. That is what is used. You can try to kind of categorize the population of the world in the system. So digital, we cannot go to a EWS without overlap points. So it means, and if you are doing digital, you also need to get backup of GIS, get backup of climate. Because if there is a heavy climate cover, you might not be able to kind of measure what is it. Any question again? Otherwise, our food is not available again. So thank you. You know it together with what is inside. This money didn't go to B and B today. It's okay. Okay, the B, that you try to put down the B also so that because okay, so we can have our B. Just like my name and institution. We follow up. I think that you have
I am the mark. That's not the bad. But meanwhile, there's a budget.
where I'm going to. Yeah, I think I'm supposed to go. Yeah, I have to tell you. It's every month.
Okay, so when I know that it was from they have shifted the written page from Nairobi to you know, when we were holding in August, there was a conflict of value generation. So the Kenyan government did not realize that they are giving it to some other organization area. So when the Indian government comes money to run the place in order, so later they discover that somebody else had already made it and they were I thought that the officer had come back and understand. Yes. And but no, what I'm telling you is that in Benue, at the same time that we are doing the international, there was one Another organization had approved for already. So I think it came to different means for approval. So by the time they look at the kind of event is concerned, so Indian government paid for all the expenses. So they suspended the date, hoping that one go to clear their program. They will now come back. Up to now, they are not even this to go ahead. They have not finished their program. Those guys are finished. They are this one. So they decided now to ask for general government. Because they now put alliance for different activities, making the international data some components of that. So they are taking it to artists. So everybody was prepared to go there. And because you know when the Prime Minister, the group of scientists that work cover the health benefits, made a big proposal, all documented evidence on the nutrition. Because when they started talking about this obesity, malnutrition, it is like also taking on idea, communicating, the felt is not going to order well, so they went back and made excited of different jobs. Found out that index as the one that take care of those functions. So they approached the UN on how to make the as let the world know. So you get them to the clear the big conference that was there as in then that was much. So we support very and also countries support Indian government is responsibility. So the Prime Minister was the one giving going down for all the correction and reporting. So we now give them the kind of those. So now we let their school kids program in their shelf life, market values are also so many processes of this. So they have an industry now processing millet, by program and the rest of it. We are not having that idea. We are not having that. Aligning to you know why they succeeded? They didn't allow foreign the influence. They made up their mind. You know, because that's why the American doctors have left US to build hospitals in the US. Those smart hospitals in the US abandoned it and went to India. I went back to India. Because people are willing to pay. And the difficult Indian man that lives like we are the same community somehow. You go to America, you go to Australia, make money. They bring you come back. This house where they look for, bring you back. Next person break the state. That's how. Not to go to New Zealand and go and buy. That's injustice. But our own people abandon party. So the houses are making much bigger. The only is where our generation, when we have
archive, you can start setting it, you'll be changing it to new model of how to do their own selection.
Yes. But now all the houses are concentrated in the city. So there's nothing to like take hold on.
You know, but if they are all, when you make money, they are, you form that.
We do a lot of,
no matter how you patronage, the men can wear suit, can wear shirt. Yeah,
definitely, it's their culture. Even when they are there, they don't abandon their accounts. They are still right. Yeah.
They are safe.
When I was in Georgia, they have a building, they have what they call
it's only now that when you have that, Nigeria was talking about African markets, African jobs, the one that I said it's like food is like
they have question for the land.
Okay,
all right. Which one is that? Whatever he gets, let's do less. I got it. This is where to go. Just
don't understand. So when I can't from people say, when we met
Hello. Sorry, I will have to interrupt this. So I think it's about time we should continue. We take the next agenda line and then we close for the day. So the next agenda is for us to have a syndicate group discussion on building a country-wide crop pest early warning system and way forward. This is to be checked by Dr. Ignatius Angarawe from ICRISA. Doctor. Yeah, it was supposed to be progress, right? Absence.
Okay. The rest of us in, or some have gone to prayer. Because if we, maybe we need to bring those who are outside to come in so that we can think of what to do. Well, it's just another syndicate group to really look at build. Let's just go to the number 1 slide. So if we are to build necessary infrastructure for the area-wide crop pest monitoring and early warning system, what do we need to do? Because we have talked so much this morning about the challenges that can affect the implementation. And so, looking at, it may not just be micro, a kind of maybe just one farmer type of issue, because the armyworm is not just in one location or just one farm. It is either regional or even national. So looking at all this, what are the necessary things that we need to put in place to have a kind of effective area-wide early warning system, so that we will not be like only when there is an outbreak, then we just look at breaking news like the one we watch on CNN or BBC and what have you, and begin to think, what do we do when it will be too late? I think one of the challenge that we made was infrastructure. So what are the necessary infrastructure that we will require? So that is where each of our syndicate group A and B will dwell on. But then there are certain things we need to look at. Because when you are considering those infrastructures, look at what is the requirement, or that is the legal requirement for area-wide pest monitoring and early warning. We talk so much about GMO or what have you, but then we look at the biosecurity laws that govern some of maybe the structures or the infrastructures. What are the biosafety or biological regulations? Then we look at the research and technological systems. So we have to consider those factors when we are talking about the type of infrastructure that will help us develop structures or infrastructures that will help in the early warning system. So I think we still remain in our group, except if there is need for change. Any alternative of maybe giving a different number again before we regroup, or we remain in our group A and B? Okay, so let's remain in our group A and B. I think B is here and A is there. So let's, as we have done in the early one, so let's do the same for this. I think we have how many minutes? So that means we have 30 minutes to put the ideas together, and then 15 minutes to recap, so that we will streamline the way out and the way forward. Thank you. So our time starts now. So let's put our head together. Thank you.
Yes, I'm part of the matter.
No, I'm already there. No, continue as a chairman.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so that was
Please, if anyone wants to take away of the food, it's available. It's lunch, I think.
So now we say one of the factors is so what is required for the area wise? Also look at the site and so what we are trying to do, what we are trying to do is we are talking about challenges. Now that we have highlighted this, what is the legal requirement to do that? What are the key issues around environmental then what are the certain how to do that so that you know that now in place, then you look at the change how we all understand but you will have shown that there is one. Are you not part of this? We are far away. So this is
You get everything is now. So everyone on average, you have space traps. Everyone is so we challenge by really some of these technologies are not really for the global south.
Yeah, that's why I think it's means that if you have one specific data area wide,
And CIS. Somebody will know say I understand. So you have to put those focus in such a way that it has this legality. This is the law that where the site. Anyone. We haven't tried any. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Apart from security, also capacity. Different costs, so anything that you do that you check out. The result is just what aligns with what implements load. What is the related to the internet service. Yeah. So any of this, how would you ever such coincide. To get this specific job. Yeah. So you please grab 5 more minutes to round. We have 5 more minutes to round.
The first one,
I just want to make an announcement. I want to give you this form. I'm going to provide dinner. So you choose what meal you want and what time you want the shop to deliver. So these people will go around. Yes. I think want tomorrow to get that. It's supposed to come. Dinner night, maybe to go there.
Okay, our groups, we want to add to that. And how about the contract? So that we are going by WhatsApp. Going like WhatsApp communication. Once yeah, but now so groups start arranging themselves for the presentation on this. Let's call Group A. Are we ready? Group A. Group A. Are we ready? Group B. Are we ready? Yeah. Yes, yes. Okay. Let's how this one who is
We are looking at structures that can be put in place.
Area-wide cost management, early warning system.
And we
Right from looking back at challenges we had when we presented earlier on, and we saw that there is need for us to provide solutions to some of the problems that were identified.
Then, so we want to look at
one, because the system is like virtually not in place in the nation.
we are looking at the establishment of an area-wide crop management system, early warning system, coordinating centers at all levels of
we have the national body
being the overall coordinator, coordinating agency, and we have
the states and local government. So it's most of the farmers we are looking
at that will need this information. They are in the local areas. So I think the local government tier of government has a lot of work to do in this regard. When the information are coming from this national body, maybe after data processing, those information can be sent to the states and then to the local governments. But from there,
information can be and taken to the farmers.
Then in this facility that we put in place, there are other things that will help them function. And one of them is IT facilities, and that one is germane. We are talking about area-wide best management. We are looking at the use of GIS, backing up server software applications that are relevant to what they are doing, laboratories that are well equipped, computer centers or systems, then drones, then uninterrupted power supply. We know the peculiarity of our nation when it comes to electrical power supply. So these things are very important at all the levels of government identified in step one, for number one. Then effective surveillance system for area-wide crop management system. This has to do with movement of goods and produce in and out of the country. So we want to see that the borders are safe at all points. The borders, the ports, all of them are safe. That is, we have a system in place that will check whatever is coming into the system or also going out. More importantly, what is coming in, we need to check it. Then we look at human capacity building for effective area-wide crop-based management early warning system. After we have all
that should be possible to be able to handle
the facilities, personnel are needed to handle the facilities, then we have to train them maybe in and out of the country if there is need. And I also believe that it's for them to step out of the country to go and pick this technology and know how to handle them, at the same time, how to handle the data that will be provided, and how such data can be interpreted and trickle down to the farmers. It can be sensitive, it can be reasonable to them. The funding of research in crop pest management and early warning system. When we have this thing in place, it is also important that it's not by pumping not money there to do research, develop technology that are relevant to us here. It cannot always depend on what is coming from outside. We need to learn to solve our problem by ourselves. And when we have this thing here, then we improve on it by conducting research, by improving ourselves, by addressing our problems locally. So money is needed to do that. And that is when it comes to the area of sustainability. When we have those things in place and resources are not backed up with finances, before you know it, we go money on again. Sensitization on area-wide crop management system. We need to get the information across to the necessary stakeholders. And the major stakeholders we are looking at here are the farmers. How do we get whatever we are interpreting from all the few steps we are able to take? How do we get this information to the farmers? Then we need to buckle up in the area of agricultural extension, in our publicity, in form of radio broadcast, television broadcast. There should be a national issue where we have a pest infestation, so that government are involved. We see it as a problem, not the problem of agricultural sector, but the problem of the nation. And I'm talking about food security, anything that can threaten the livelihood of the people or a nation, a cause for national concern. The collaboration with stakeholders in this area we are looking at. When we have information in Nigeria, and we have a lot of a migratory pests like polar worm, it's also essential that we share this information or we collaborate with people around us. It may also come from them. When they have the information, we can also collaborate and sensitize us or alert us here on the step to take so that to prevent the outbreak or this pest coming up to becoming a threatening pest to our crops. So we need collaboration in terms of data collection, we need to compare it at times when it comes to this area where the crop management system, so that it can be effective. All the working nations should be involved, and if need be, we can also invite people that can help us, maybe to interpret and give meaning to what we are also collecting at home. The enforcement of relevant regulations in production, sales, and application of pesticides. So when we are trying to prevent issues from popping up in terms of pest incursion in the crop system, we should also manage the way the farmers or people that are selling pesticides, what they are selling, what they are giving out, so that it will not be a burden to us. After solving the problem, somehow they are getting another problem in our environment. And these are the things we consider. The government should look at all this. The first few steps will help us prevent and allay our fears and allay the fears of the farmers as well. When we can leave the problem at once, it will escalate into something that will be a national disaster. Thank you very much.
Let me ask the audience, do you want to get a separate presentation before we in there one by one, or yeah? Huh? Okay. So let's do the second presentation. One of the last examination, that's what
Sir, Basu. Basu is what? Basu. Basu, what is the Basu? Basu State Basu.
For Group A, we're trying to look at the infrastructures and all the area-wide test management and early warning system. We're looking at the media structure, the social media, radio, TV, and the apps for work as working tools. We also note the issue of satellite, so the internet. Here we have the GIS, the ICT, specializing the infrastructure. Then the electricity, like what the B has mentioned, the backups and all these other facilities that will strengthen the power supply system that will not have it. And we also look at the laboratory. Now, there are unique areas for structure that will analyze the live information that are being collected. And then the use of what we call the test traps. These are small feature equipments that are also required for collection of information. Then we have seed coating chemicals. These need to also be developed or used in biological control. Some of the studies we use greenhouses for parasite and predators production. Then also the pesticides. Also items that are required for control. Next. No, this is for area pest management, area-wide service. Then the legal requirement for area-wide crop pest, looking at the infrastructure, there is need because some of these activities are restricted. So there are restrictions on the types of pesticide used for area spray. And just you have mentioned that NAFDAC also has restrictions, some items are banned, chemicals are banned. So we need to take not into the legal framework where it is required. And then we have the legal framework for satellite use, social media, and the internet. We know the recent issue that happened in the last government, what they call the digital challenge that we have and all this. So sometimes this also reflects government and regulation, so we need to look at all those areas. The next slide. Then the biosafety. If we require working with the Ministry of Environment or the environmental expert, so that we have a kind of a legal framework that will address some of this use of the pesticide and waste that may have some injurious effect to our environment. Then we have the biosector regulation, which is also there are those agencies of government that has to look into the biosector of whatever we're using. The next, so we're looking at some of the infrastructure as far as the issue of research is concerned. We are looking at the laboratory services, research into laboratory services, the pheromone trap for data collection, the seed cutting for chemical use. That's the seed cutting with chemicals. So sometimes some of these chemicals might be injurious to even the people that are using. So the safety of such chemicals are important. Starting to done on that. The biological control, the use of parasitoids and the predators. We mentioned that yesterday. There are regulations for things that has to be done to be sure that the ecosystem is not disturbed. And then we have starting with the popping, the skin of the some varieties, and then the broadcasting of granules, like we mentioned that some of these things can be cultural practice trying to reduce the pests, and then the physical control. That we mentioned
before I make any contribution from any of the group, what we are listening to. Well, I think at the onset, we did mention that want to have like, what are the infrastructures required to really have effective and efficient early warning system. Please look at the slide of Group B. Group B slide. Can you switch on? You don't have it, okay. So, so, this slide, the one they just presented now. About the last. This is for A. That is A. Maybe it is. You really copy us. Okay. So, in our early, before we break out to the syndicate group, our target was like, what are the necessary basic infrastructures that will be efficient to help developing a kind of early warning of the recent outbreak. And each of those infrastructures, we want to align into what is the basic legal requirement, looking at the biosafety or biosecurity law, and what opportunity does it offer for research and development. Either of the infrastructure that we want to have as the efficient one that Nigeria can adopt. So if I may ask for Group B, because we have listed so many things there that are not necessarily infrastructure in nature. So can you identify just one or two, three basic ones from there, and then begin to think of how do we align it to meeting these requirements? And many of you give us a shot, because we have a list there, but then they are not necessarily infrastructure. Because if you are talking about effective surveillance system for area-wide crop listing, that means it's just a kind of action. But is that an infrastructure? So we have to define an infrastructure. What like here we are now, this building is an infrastructure where we are holding our meeting. So we need to like define. If we are talking of ICT facilities, what are those ones? If we are talking of GIS facilities, what are those? So we need to define them. And how easily can we adopt it as a means? If we put them together, we'll be able to give us that it is under legal, there is no legal challenge against it? Or does it pass the legality using them? Or is there any violation of biosecurity laws when you're establishing such infrastructure? And does it provide opportunity for research and development so that anytime we can sustain that type of infrastructure, because it will not be functional. So when you're talking about infrastructure for area, the warning system means is something that will not be functional, that you can come back on again and again for that thing to happen. So this can, one of you just give us a basic summary, because that's the one that we fly as our recap report in this one. So can we have the chairman or the presenter to be like point out?
Thank you, so. We looking at our view of how to solve the problem or how to establish area-wide best management system. We see that when we have coordinating centers, definitely there will be structures in place like this that will house all the facilities that we have mentioned. So we have a structure, and these things are not the second bullet. ICC facilities that can easily connect in and out of the country and connect other centers within the nation. And I don't think that one has any issues when it comes to biosecurity. One can easily use it, has no damage or no harm to any life or the environment. That is the way we just summarize it. And looking at the GIS, it will be in place to track the movement of pests. The use of GIS will help us track the movement of pests from one place to another. So when we carry out research or survey, then we know where to get it out, where they are, and know their movements, or trace their corridor with GIS. Then all these things we are talking about will back up by server, because there is no how you want to connect with somebody in China, for example, without having an effective server system to help you connect them. Then software apps, which may be developed here. We talked about the use of call early monitoring app. So something like that can be in place to develop here locally to solve our problem. And we also think that it has no biosecurity issue when we develop something. It can be used with GIS and together. So these facilities, we can bring them through their life cycle, their forms. So we always need the laboratory to give us more information about the pests at hand at any time. Then we have the computer, the hardware computer system. The drone can help us also do a sort of surveillance. Where there are some terrains that GIS is not able to get to. The waterlogged, we have big riverine areas. So we have the use of drone can help us reach so many places within a really short time. Then putting all these things together, electricity supply is germane. Because when you are working on things like this and electricity does go for 2 hours, and there's no how to not affect the system in place. So these are the things we look at. And we look at, we just round up everything and look at it that one, start about security issue, because it's going to be used by the nation, then government will take care of all the legalities that are involved. That's for the infrastructures that are in place. Other ones.
No, you have given us like number 2 as just what basically you are targeting. See, we are here just to interact and really thinking around that. If you have a kind of system that does not really target something that you can visibly lies, then it should be like immediately, like allowing me. So why we are asking this question is that we live out here in a kind of framework that's basically in Nigeria, we have developed infrastructure for area-wide growth everyone in the first basis. That means we need these basic things. And the reason is for this, for this, for this. And this is what it will contribute to the sustainability of everyone. So that's basically actually what we want. It's based on the questions that we are providing. Because for you to develop something like that, the infrastructure has to be like, it doesn't conflict by security law, it doesn't conflict, it gives room for research, and it has a legal backing for using those types of infrastructure. So that is actually what we wanted at Kamai. So if you won't mind, we are not saying we are taxing you, but just maybe send an email as a document that this people can put together, which you can be called upon tomorrow to say, okay, give us those infrastructures and why. So if you didn't put this in order like this, then you have not achieved why we are here for this session. So, thank you very much. So,
thank you. Both of you, it's actually supposed to be a conversation. Because a catchword, really, apart from it, I think it is consultative. Yeah, so it's supposed to be like that. Okay, what it's about, why if you go back to that slide, take the first one. Establishment of area-wise competing centers at levels of now. I get a little worried when I saw levels of because it looks like everybody's system is being structured to almost like another government will take them, but not government that everybody's system is supposed to serve those who are and remember in the list that talked about that exposure. When so much security issues concerned, that's where government actually comes. Those who are frontline exposure, vulnerability, farmers, and then all of us, because the farmer loses the crop, lose so the first one is like red flag as soon as you see center levels of government. So you can leave it at center, so you also have centers that are related with farmers. Remember, I made reference to farmer school, community level, farmers can contribute. I think they know they are the one that need to receive their land. Look, this person is somewhere in Soba, and you are in a gray. So it might get to you this evening. So get ready. So that before you see any sign, so that you can make such important efforts. Or please, the way it is in Soba, you are planning to plant your maize. Can you delay your maize so that maybe in another 30 days, 1 month or 2 weeks or so before you plant? So before the army one comes, remember the second is generation of 2025. See, that's what the early money is to make sure that those who are supposed to suffer losses get the information run away about the losses.
That we have to understand that. So that first one said, establish the area-wide centers, community centers. Now, they are not necessarily community centers. They will be feeding centers. Community centers, we just one. But all the other all the states are setting, all are contributing to one area and this one. You can have it at the state level, you can have it at the zonal level, you can have it at the national level, but everybody should be speaking. Because, of course, I hope you got the message that it vehicle that is carrying fresh maize, from the Raccoon area or maybe what they call it, the Shiroro Dam, and bringing it to Abuja here to carry it on the sheds. You get it. They carry it to the mosque. That's the other can follow you and then come and then. Yeah. So if you already have seen it there, they say, okay, we know that fresh maize move from Shiroro to this place. Can you guys do something extra about the fresh maize that is coming so that it doesn't come with this pathogen? You understand? Because if it enters here, the people here might carry it again to somewhere, maybe to Boko or carry it to Boko. That is how we are helping it to spread. So now, who are the people that are going to be in Abuja to monitor that? They won't be those that are in Shiroro farm. They will not be. Now, if we have a satellite imagery looking at where we have seen the problem in Shiroro farms, where are the products for Shiroro farm likely going to go? And we can now zoom down and look at those areas and be checking whether there is any sign to quickly arrest the problem before it gets out of hand. That's what the early warning system is talking about. And those who will suffer immediately are the farmers. So those are the people who are focused. So I also noticed that when we refer to infrastructure, we tend to look at the physical thing itself. When we come together and we meet as association of say base farmers or so, we represent an infrastructure. Even though it's an association, but we are a structure itself. And you get it, it's just a medium with things that we prefer and we disseminated. So it's not just only machine. So you have this understanding. So if we are going to form it and we need to strengthen the association of farmers in various communities or have a network of federation of farmers in different communities that can be reported. Anything that happens, they can give that feedback, which means they will become aware of how the pest behave, what the signs they can look out for, how to report, how much data we require to take decisions. Okay. So that those centers shouldn't be just at the level of government. I hope you can understand that. The second one of the ICT facility, GIS and facilities, I think that let's not go away from here thinking that we need to put these ones in place. They are probably already in place. Are you getting it? So we need to be aware who asked them to bring them in the collaboration team. We'll get it. So ICT is PUK, for instance, they have who are GIS, ICT, so we can help us cover this. So it might even be that they have a software which they can see what is happening in Calabar. We don't need to give another task to somebody in Calabar to do the ICT with GIS, overlay, or how pest population is going. But we can get somebody who is saying University of Calabar to ensure that the farmers' placement of the traps are well positioned. Because if they place the trap, the area photograph can zoom down to see what is inside the catch that is inside the trap, and zoom down to see. The technology has reached that level that can zoom down and can see. If we can zoom down to see a crop, whether it is rice or sorghum or maize in our deep production and analysis also, those itself can do the same thing. And that was why some of the what I call it, the models that are being used, artificial neural network that is for insect, and then the CNN that is for crop. Those models are already used. They are available. We may not have capacity to use them. Okay, they are available. We want to use it. who are more or less trained there. So we train those who have capacity, who are trainable, or who are willing to train. Now we also have uninterrupted electricity supply. When the energy is supplied by solar, they call it electricity. Are you understanding? So that we don't box ourselves in such a way that we use them and then we say, okay, NEPA is not there, nothing can happen. The solar energy is something that we can use power. So that we don't lock ourselves. After we have announced, we say, okay, electricity, okay, go and check whether meter, our card has finished. Which card? They call me from this they say Empower, that's not Empower, buy power. Buy power, they are people selling electricity units or so. Now that they called me. They were calling me. I didn't have some time. I want to talk with you. I said, sorry, not now. Can we talk later? Give us time. I give them time. 11. I said 11. I should slightly. I was having a meeting about 10. And I imagine that 11. I said 11:30. 11:30 they called me. I said, let me call you back at 30 minutes time. I called them back. And the fellow was saying that they noticed that we have not been buying credits. Electricity credit in the house. So and I said, did you say yes? I said, okay, when we bought last, did you notice that we bought electricity credit for 1,000 naira? Yes, expecting that yes. So he said, okay. I said, but check it. I bought when they said electricity was finished, I bought 25, and my daughter bought 25. So I said, okay. We use one, and then later I use another one. Both of them were bought the same day. So because they entered the same day, they are just counting and trying to pull us. So I said, you notice that we bought 50,000 naira worth of electricity, and we have a lot of it. I'm not sure we have been 10%. You know why? He said, no, he would like to hear you. It's fine. And your own electricity is now standby. We have solar in the house, and it is permanently in our solar. So it is only when we just do that, maybe there's a little pressure on the solar system that we convert to electricity. So we are converting now because we want you to get some credit. After a while, we will completely not use you again. So if you like continue to mess us up. Before we did that, for 3 weeks like this, no lights, everything is spoiled, and then you cannot do many things. So now we have it has happened in my house, and I'm encouraging my neighbors to do the same. And after a while, you will not be able to let anybody there. So if you like to miss me, are you getting it? So it's important for us to become aware and say, okay, electricity, it is not only electricity now for us, power source. Now, for us as a country, who will be looking at whether is it cheaper to have batteries, but the batteries is one. We also have acid. And then you have the lithium. And I'm sure some of you know that there are lithium batteries that is more than 5 billion naira for one. Battery, more than 5 billion naira for one. The goal of this will tell this conference or probably use 5 of those batteries. And it is there. Every time you put it on, it charges itself. Every time you put it on, it charges itself. And this lithium, we have it in abundance. That's in about 3 states. In Nigeria, nobody is mining it. All some people are mining it. I don't want to call it Chinese. They are mining it and taking it outside this place quietly. So if they give us aid, there is something they are taking from us. But it's not their fault. But we have to develop very well. So electricity supply, there is also solar. And then if the solar batteries become weak, we should be thinking of those who will invest in the battery, invest in the panels and all that. Those who will also be paying, because it's not like every time it works like that. If rain is falling for many days, the energy caps trap, is lower. And so you might be storing the become lower, and then you can have to do things. Then we check the next one. They say effective surveillance system for area 1. You can't do surveillance now without the satellite. You can't do satellite, that we can't do. So the first grand thing that you need to do, collect the data and use it to do what? To do machine learning, so that your machine can connect with your satellite, so that what you see from the satellite can be interpreted. And it requires a different kind of skill for that one. And we need to build the skill for that surveillance. So surveillance, some people used to have confusion with surveillance and monitoring. Surveillance is that you are checking out and making sure that you don't see it. Monitoring is that there are some things you want to see how they are changing. And evaluation is that some inputs have entered, you want to see the result of inputs. See these technologies that are slightly different, and all of them are useful in EWS. Then you have the human capacity building for effective area-wide. I don't even think you need to be talking about area-wide, because it's already in your title, every of it area-wide. Notice. I'm sure you notice that, isn't it? So because everything we are talking about is area-wide. Now, I think the question that my friend was talking about is, all of these ones, are they can you interpret them as infrastructure? If you see human being like this now, if you say human being as infrastructure or resource, are you getting it? But if we come together as association, as network, we become what again? We can become infrastructure. So, but if you treat it like human beings, so we know some of the difference between some of the words and some of the phrases also. If we sit together now, farmers association in what is it called? You know, that is an infrastructure that you can deploy. Or it's a tool that you can use. Are you getting it? Yeah? Yes, cooperatives, yeah. You can use that. But if we use it as human being, it's not an infrastructure. It's a human what? Resources. So this is just for us to be conscious of it. Now, there is the funding of research in crop pest management and early warning system. I think the problem is not actually funding for the research. Funding will be too large. In the earlier presentation, we talked about budgeting for it, having a budget line for it. We are going to give you money, different from we have a budget. We are going to put a budget line in our own 2024 budget. It's different from we fund it. I hope you understand. So, and this is where we have a problem with the activity touches on like this, and ministry activity go there because there's no budget line. For people that have budget line, you are at the whim of the chief executive to find interpretation of something or misinterpret it to give you money. Either interpret it to give you money or misinterpret it to give you money. You get it. So, but if you put it as a budget line, no, there's no misinterpretation, there is no expansion of the interpretation. It's there. And that is a very critical aspect of creating and maintaining the money system. And the nature of budget will determine the scope of the activity, spread of the activities, and sophistication of the activity. If you don't have the budget to engage all kinds of all those facilities you listed before, you cannot go there. You will still be using questionnaires. How many people are there? Even the ODK may not be able to explain or send
right?
Yeah.
And, I think we should have a kind of twisting in their mind what is also expected states. So we have had, because of our time constraint, I think we still have a brief session to move, like wrap up.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll be able to now stimulate them into a kind of presentable idea. So thank you very much for your contributions, particularly that for like relating to us in the manner that really fly. So I think I can give over the announcement, whatever is done next. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I think you mentioned I believe about time we take a rest for the day now. So, for the dinner, we have around 7:30 each other. So, this, there was a suggestion.